Yes, Father Poe here, Father Poe here. Welcome everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, we follow Andrew upon him tour. I do I'm up on a touring thing. I kind of rebroadcast that. And we'll touch upon some blue dot polls thing, and see who really are going. The people them who seem to lose their mind. People that claim them doing well and whatever. But we'll give our opinion. Yeah, it's also our opinion. Come September 3, that is when we'll have the verdict. And listen, as a supporter of the Jamaica Labour Party, of course, I am looking for a JLP win. I see a JLP win is a good thing. But regardless of what happens, at the end of the day, we still need to understand, say, it's still one Jamaica. And Jamaica will still exist regardless of what the elections say. Um, we do have mechanisms in place to help us through these things. If the people come in and them decide, so boy, they might do something completely different because we don't have fixed election dates, it means people can take to the streets and say, yo, we're not deal with none of that. We're going to deal with just what you say. You promise with this and you not do it, then we can take to the streets and elections have a call and we can put in whoever we want to put in. So, you know, let's check in on the Prime Minister tour and see how it go. Try bringing back the sound there. Give me a second. Yeah, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of road noise because this is I guess this thing is picking up a lot of their road noise. But for those who are here with me, Father Paul here, I'd like to thank you for coming on and checking out this broadcast. And we'll put up a number on the screen a little more. And if somebody feel like they want to call in and talk, I mean, hey, we can talk about the thing, you know, if that is your interest. If not, I do a marathon thing today. We never know what time we'll come off. We just know so I run it and we'll try to go through some different things, and we'll see how the thing go. All right. Hold on a second again. Let's see. One of the things to take from this whole tour thing is that yeah, you're going to have the one and two interaction, with people and the prime minister, and it's an organic thing. You're going to see generally how people react to him. You're going to see how people feel about the prime minister, and the prime minister have, I mean, I tell you, I was listening to a thing yesterday, which we will probably hear again, where when they make comparison in terms of likability rate, favorability, a lot of people like him. And why? Because him is one of us. Him is one of us, and everybody born in this Tapanaris thing. And some did born a Tapanaris thing, and the PNP, they kicked them out of it. So they became like regular people. And so a guy like Andrew Holness kind of relates to them. They can see this guy. They can, the woman them. Listen, it's a funny thing. Let me mute this road noise thing while we continue to talk. It's a funny thing about women. Women are constantly trying to uh, procreate intentionally or unintentionally. The women are there for the longevity of the species. So in science, they'll tell you that they look for those who they look for the males who can facilitate that process. They're not looking for no jellyback, no weak fence. And which is why you'll often have situations where you have one man will have a dozen women drawn to him, and people look on and like say, boy, what a way the man they lucky. Well, it's about how that man portrays himself. It's kind of like the peacock. The peacock spread him feathers and him a put on a show, right? And him put on that show, and the female is looking for the one that put on the best show. In the animal kingdom with the lion, one lion, and him have there's several females in the pride. And so why are they drawn to him? Well, they want to reproduce. He presents a persona that is protective. So this is what people sometimes are drawn to. This is what women are drawn to. Women are not drawn to weak men. If you go back through your entire life and you think about from you when you're at school, who the girl them draw for? Them draw for the baller, them draw for the smart, they not they not necessarily smartest appearing guy, but the guy who presents an image, that puts him in charge. They're drawn to men in uniform, they're drawn to leaders, they're drawn to captains of industry. And so the women who even find themselves with these persons, they have to be strong within themselves because somebody else that try to brought them foot. Somebody that try to take them man at all times. And then there are those women who recognize the position that the man is in, and what they decide to do is, you know what? Listen, I know what I'm in. I just need to know that I go and protect my own. One of the biggest examples, in my opinion, of that is Rita Marley. Bob Marley was a very popular guy, a global presence at a certain point. But she never lose her head. With all the children and all the baby mother them, she never lose her head. She kept her head. And at the end of it, I don't think she'd imagined that it was going to be so soon. But Bob Marley dropped out. And who inherit the kingdom? Rita Marley. Yeah. And she never really fussed with nobody. You know? She just did what it was good, and she also took care of the children. She didn't treat the children like, oh, you're not my child. No, 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 no. She dealt with all the children. She looked out for all the children. She said everybody get what I'm supposed to get. So that's how it went. Let's go back to this road tour and see if we can pick up any more talking on it. it ya now, see it ya now. Yes, young people, young people.
Bless up,
Yeah,
bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up, bless
yeah,
up, bless up.
yeah. See it ya.
Bless up, bless up.
1 p.m. we say.
Bless it,
Yeah,
bless
man.
it,
1
bless
p.m.
it. Bless it, bless it, bless it. My respect, bless it, bless it. My respect, my respect, my dear, bless it. My respect, sir. My respect, sir. Bless it, bless it. Bless it, bless it. Bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up. Respect, bless it. Blessings, my dear. Blessings, my dear. Blessings. Blessings, blessings, my dear. Blessings, 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 blessings.
Prime Minister do the road, man. Him a do road. Enough
Bless up,
touring.
bless up.
Yeah, man. Drive around the place.
Bless up, bless up.
I can't. I've been trying to identify exactly where he is to see if I can figure out. Oh, okay, that's Windward Road. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, yeah.
Bless up,
Windward
bless
Road,
up,
him
bless
depot.
up, bless up, bless up. Bless up, bless up. Bless up, bless up. My respect. Bless up, bless up. Blessings, blessings.
Yeah, thanks to all who have joined the live. I'm really just right now just rebroadcasting. Well, not rebroadcasting because the Prime Minister is actually live on his thing, and I'm just restreaming it, connected to it, showing you his what is his touring. Like it looks like from what I saw, it looks like Windward Road, and just being greeted by people on the street. Everybody want to see them Prime Minister, right? Everybody gave him a wave, and thing, and yeah, 100 we say. So best KFC in the world, in Jamaica. I tell you, people live far and wide and come to Jamaica, come eat KFC and big up, I wonder why KFC, just decide to just take the Jamaican formula and spread it there. But then again, everybody have the palate to deal with the Jamaican flavor. So we're not going to impose it upon them. If they want it, them come a yard. You know what I mean? Yeah, let's give them a reason to come to Jamaica more. Right? Yeah, so yeah, this is the Prime Minister doing a road tour. We're going to watch it. We'll cut in shortly and go over them blue dot polls thing. Not sure how many of you actually watched it, but we're gonna go through it and see, put in certain opinions that we have on it. All right, so let's go and watch it some more. Yeah, let me welcome those who have decided to join me on this live, and welcome, Father Paul here. You know, still in our test phase. Trying to get the hang of this thing, how you do the production and so on. But figure we'll get there. Figure we'll get there. You know, we'll get there. Um, yeah. Right now, let's see. Okay. Watch the Prime Minister on his tour, and toured. Yeah, there's like cement factory right there. So yeah, that's cement factory or flour mills. One of them places. I think that's more. I think that's probably a cement factory. No, that might be the flour mills. Might
Alright
be the
guys,
flour
look at the
mills.
beauty
But
of
I guess
this
as time
area.
goes by, we will see
It's
as we get closer.
development meets natural beauty, and we are in the Rockford area.
Okay, Rockford. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna provide some commentary now.
Guys, you know where this area is? What are we passing now? This cylindrical construction. Yes, it's a Jamaican flour mill.
Yeah, flour mills, man. Yep. Yeah. See, when I left here that long, if I remember flour mills. I think the cement factory went a bit before that. Yeah. Remember in the book,
I like to
them used
say,
to have
guys,
this
if you're
ship where used to
Jamaicans,
come with books,
sure.
and it used to dock out by this pier by the flour mills. Yeah, I remember this. I remember this. Yeah, let me thank everyone who's currently on the live. You know, like and subscribe, share it. Let's see how we can get this thing going. Now, people have asked me, they've said like, so what happened after the elections? I said, well, we still have enough things to talk about. I have lots of opinions. Once you stood up on the face of the earth, yeah, you got an opinion about something. So yeah, we don't really worry about that. In all the truth, I like the conversations. I like the conversations. Conversations are even more meaningful when you're having them with other people. But of course, before you can even have conversations with other people, you have to have some thoughts of your own. And so, yeah. Yeah, please like and subscribe. And we're gonna cut into this at a certain point and go over the blue dot polls that were presented on Nationwide. Because we have some opinions on some of the things that they were saying. We're following this to see if the Prime Minister is planning to maybe stop in, I don't know, Harbour View, right? Yeah, we're gonna see what's going on there. Boy, I tell you, Jamaica nice. Jamaica nice. Jamaica nice. I remember the first time I carried my youngest son to Jamaica, and first time when he came out of the airport and we were standing waiting to get our vehicle, man, he wasn't even two, he was maybe a little bit over, maybe 2 years old. Actually, it wasn't the first time, it would have been the second time, right? He was 2 years old. And he just opened his arms wide and was like he was hugging the air. It was a beautiful sight. It was a beautiful sight. You know, but Jamaica, man, did not like Jamaica. My best sleep is in Jamaica. My best rest is in Jamaica. First day in Jamaica, normally, man, I will sleep for almost a good 12 hours. It's like, I don't know, there's something about the place that is just special. It's just so special. Yeah, there's a phone number to call for anybody who's interested in calling. Let me cut back on some of this road noise here. Yeah, for anybody who's interested in calling, that's a phone number to call. 1-832-447-3532. Best way to call it is if you add that number on WhatsApp. Yeah, you won't worry about no difficulties. Yeah, that's the number to call. 1-832-447-3532. Yeah, let's go back here and see what's going on. All right, suspect we're at the Harbor View roundabout now. Yeah, that's Harbor View roundabout. Yeah. Yeah, that's the Harbor View
All
roundabout.
right, guys, like I said, of course, our cousins have come to see what we're up to today. Here they go.
Okay, some PMP decides that they want to join up with me at that. So them a play them tune. Them tune catchy still. Nah, take that from them. They catchy tune. But this is not all about just dancing. It's about performance. Yeah, JLP is about performance, and anybody who doubt performance, go back and watch them things I've been posting, from what was happening 2014, 2015 under the PMP, 2016 under JLP, 2017, 2018, 2019, and went into COVID, go through COVID,
Hey, look at
come out
that.
of COVID
Counteraction,
bigger,
guys.
better, stronger, you know, and
No man, they're our cousins, of course.
yeah,
Family
yeah,
first.
and then we got to the point where it's not just in Jamaica. We have some people saying that the country is doing well. in essence, is also similar to the situation where you must be doing well on your job in the way you make your living before your family can feel it, can feel that goodness. If you have no job, you have no business, you have no means of income, how are you going to pass on that love to your family? Well, the same thing with the country. You have to get the country in a right
Mrs.
place,
Holness has joined the
right?
tour.
And you have to have the means. You know, when Siaga said years ago, it takes cash to care, you know, people didn't take that serious. But it does take cash to care. How much care are you going to show if you have no cash? You understand what I'm saying? So there are those people who are going to be, always be looking at the situations and, people talk about performance can, yeah, man, whatever. But it's out of those same performance. Because remember now, if you don't show your situation as being credible, you can't get money to borrow. And everything that you need to do, you can't do it out of just what you earn. Sometimes you need to get a loan. But the person who's going to give you that loan is going to be looking to say, okay, are you going to be in a position to pay me back? I often hear people say sometimes, oh, yeah, them not going on a business with nobody because, work out. And I always tell them that if it didn't work out, it's not the person's fault per se. Sometimes it is your fault, right? Because there is a risk associated with borrowing money. So you, the person who's lending, have to do your due diligence. And in the back of your mind, you also need to focus on the fact that, hello, there's a possibility too that no matter how good the plan is, it can fail. Things can fail for different reasons. Okay, so you still have to be, but then you can't be like an ostrich and bury your head in the sand and tell yourself, well, because of that, you're not gonna do nothing. No, then if you're not going to do anything, I mean, then what, why in this life? This life is an
It's alright,
experience.
guys. We're good now.
Yeah, only living people can have this experience. We don't really know what going on with the dead people, them, and we don't know what going on with nobody else. It's just this is the experience that we're having, you know. So let's keep that in mind. Okay, we'll go back. Okay, so then mute the sound. Not really hearing a sound from them, but look at the Prime Minister vehicle stop. Yeah, yeah. Okay, them stop on by Harbor View there. All right, I'm gonna roll again. I'm gonna roll again. I'm gonna roll again.
Yes, guys, we are gonna go to Clarendon on this weekend. Okay? Well, into Monday. I can confirm that between Sunday and Monday we will be in Clarendon.
All right, let's check out this blue dot poll thing. Let me try do a transition here. Let me do this. Let's fade to black. Yeah. All right. So we're gonna bring up this blue dot poll thing, and we're gonna have a listen to it. And we're gonna see what they're saying. We're not gonna get rid of the Prime Minister thing. We'll keep that. But we're gonna go to nationwide blue dot nationwide at 5. We're gonna go to
JLP, JPP, and Independence all line up here for a titanic clash. And after months of preparation, it all comes down to this. On your marks. Set. Oh, clean start from the orange and the green. The JPP and Independence are closing in, but this race is between the Comrades and the Labour Right. Comrades, Labour Right, Comrades, Labour Right. The race to 32, September 3, 2025, on Revo TV.
Good afternoon and welcome to a special edition of Nationwide at 5, Election 2025, the race to 32. I'm Cliff Hughes.
And I'm Ricardo Brooks.
Good afternoon, Ricardo.
Good afternoon.
How you doing? I am good. Looking forward to next Wednesday. You know?
I am. Plan to vote first? Early?
Yes, I think I'll vote.
Sorry about that. We just had some feedback from the other thing. Let's go back to it.
That's it for until about midnight, 1 o'clock the following morning. It's a marathon. We know you have to go sleep in between.
Absolutely. Today we'll reveal the findings of the three most important questions asked by our Blue Dot pollsters when they went into the field to canvass the views of Jamaicans on a range of political issues. The nationwide Blue Dot polls were conducted among 1,511 registered voters from August 19 to 27.
It has a marginal error of plus or minus 2.5%. Since this morning, we have been presenting the findings and questions, including Jamaicans' views on Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness and Opposition Leader Mark Golding, as well as the PNP and JLP. Today, we have invited our Blue Dot data scientists to share with us the findings on three key questions. Based on what they have seen and heard, which political party do Jamaicans think is best suited to lead the country? Polling on whether being seats Southwest St. Elizabeth, Southeast St. Elizabeth, and Western St. Mary. Which party Jamaicans would vote for? General elections were held today. We have also invited a panel of guests to provide their interpretation of the numbers. We invited the PNP to send a representative to participate in the discussions, but they declined.
Of course, we want to hear from you, so join the conversation on our YouTube platform. That's Nationwide 90FM Live 2. You can also use the hashtag NNNBlueDotPolls on X and Instagram.
So you see, once again, them invite the PNP to come on and discuss the polls, right? Them invite the PNP, as always, right, to come on. And what is the result? Not interested. Not interested. See, this is the nature of the PNP, right? But anyway, let's proceed.
Of our panel, we want to say a big thank you to our sponsors, Total Tools Jamaica. That's Total Tools Jamaica. The nationwide Blue Dot polls were powered by Total Tools Jamaica. Total Tools Jamaica. Every tool, every trade.
And we should tell you, the poll results and views do not represent those of Blue Dot Insights or any of its employees. We have with us, I think I can fairly say, our favorite Blue Dot employee, Chief Consumer Insights Officer at Blue Dot, Janae Stevens-Taylor. Hello, Janae.
Good afternoon, Ricardo. Good afternoon, Cliff. Good afternoon
Good
to your
afternoon again,
listeners
Jenny.
and your online viewers. And I will take that. Thank you very much.
And as usual, we're starting with the scientific rigor. How Blue Dot goes about data collection and management of the data before we get to the first question.
Okay, no problem. So the objective here is for us to get a snapshot of the country. Of course, it's not practical for us to walk around and talk to every single person, but we do want to get a fairly good idea of what is happening in each constituency, not just in select areas. And so we start that with designing the sample. How do we do that? We look at, based on the information put out by the national authorities, the number of registered voters in each constituency and in each division. And then we design our sample to mirror that. So for example, if we are told, if the numbers indicate that 2% of the voting public lives in a particular constituency, then they account for 2% of our sample. Going into said constituency, if we are told that 30% of that constituency is from this particular division, then and you remove the interviewer's ability to say, you know what, you're at home and you're available, so I'm going to talk to you, or I'm only going to work in this particular area.
So like me, I couldn't just sit down and say, Grandma, come answer the question.
That is correct. So when we go into these enumeration districts within the divisions, there is a central point that is identified. It is usually a health center, a school, a church, something that is well known and well understood as a central part of that particular community. And then they are instructed to walk a particular path. So we might say walk left, walk right, and you must always walk left. You must always turn left. Then, depending on the density, meaning how close together the houses are, we will assign what we call a sampling interval. So it could be 2, which means you go to every other house, right? Or it could be 5, which means you go to every 5th house. And that's when the houses are very close together. Sometimes you have multiple, what they call dwellings on one piece of property behind one gate. And so we have to set the sample interval to reflect that. Likewise, in rural areas, or not likewise, differently, in the rural areas where the houses tend to be spread much further apart, sometimes it's go to every house. So that has to be guided by the profile of the area that we are in. But once that sample interval is set, if you go to this house and you are directed to go to every 3rd house, you count 1, 2, 3, you go to that house. If the person is not there, okay, move on, 1, 2, 3. And so there is no, okay, but
Pause for another cause. So you say the data collectors have to go left, they have to go right, they have to take every other house. How do you know that they do that?
GPS tracking is a is as attached to all of our surveys. So that is part of our quality control. As soon as you start the survey, it takes the GPS point at which you are standing. And so if you are interviewing someone at their gate, it should pick up the GPS signal from where you are standing, right? And we can map that out very clearly. And we can also do what we call geofencing. So if you are assigned a particular constituency to work in, and we can assign the boundaries of that constituency. You cannot start a survey. If the GPS picks up that you are outside of those boundaries, it will flag it. So you can't interview someone outside of the boundaries that we have placed for that particular interview if they're assigned to a particular area.
One more pause for another cause.
All right.
Why I can't just flit out myself? So you said it must go at East Rural St. Andrew. I will go to East Rural St. Andrew, stand in the middle of the Dallas division, and just flit out myself.
All right. So we also do audio recording. The interviewers do not know what question triggers the audio recording. And it records for a specified number of questions. And what we're listening for is to hear the interviewer asking the question and hear a different voice answering the question. We also check to see that what the person has said is in fact what the interviewer recorded on the survey. So that's how we know there is a conversation happening. And it has to be a different voice. Because of course we know they will sit down and you and your brother walk right here, and you talk to the same person all the time. But that's where we have to sit and listen to those interviews and ensure that we're hearing different people. We're supposed to be hearing different genders. If you're talking to men all the time, those kinds of things tend to be red flags. You'll get flagged. We'll call the people back to ensure that they actually participated in a survey. So there has to be a valid phone number. All of that is included in ensuring that people are not sitting under the mango tree filling out the survey themselves.
When were these polls conducted?
These polls were conducted, we started the day after nomination day, so the 19th of August, and we...
So people, I want you to listen again to the way in which they do the polls, because this is what is making them credible, and this is why Don Anderson and I guess his people are losing out. And as I said, Don Anderson has not been right in a poll since 2007. That's a long time. So let's go back a little bit. Let's rewind a little bit and hear why it is that it is the methodology that they use, and how they get to, filter out many of the things within the polls. Let's hear this again.
At the divisional level and at the constituency.
Hold on, let me go back a little bit more.
We're starting with the scientific.
Okay. Let's hear what this young lady has to say
goes about data
how they go
and
about
management of the data before we
getting
get to
these
the first
polls.
question.
Okay, no problem. So the objective here is for us to get a snapshot of the country. Of course, it's not practical for us to walk around and talk to every single person, but we do want to get a fairly good idea of what is happening in each constituency, not just in select areas. And so we start that with designing the sample. How do we do that? We look at, based on the information put out by the national authorities, the number of registered voters in each constituency and in each division. And then we design our sample to mirror that. So for example, if we are told, if the numbers indicate that 2% of the voting public lives in a particular constituency, then they account for 2% of our sample. Going into said constituency, if we are told that 30% of that constituency is from this particular division, then 30% of the total assigned in our sample to that constituency is drawn from that division. So the goal is to ensure that from a numerical standpoint, we have mirrored the distribution of registered voters at the divisional level and at the constituency level, and then that gets scaled up to the parish level.
Pause for a cause. All right. So let's use West Kingston. 2% of, let's say, the Tivoli Gardens division. Yeah. How do you ensure that that 2% is not just 2% all labor rights?
All right, so this is where we call upon random sampling, right? Which means you design how you select the person and you remove the interviewer's ability to say, you know what, you're at home and you're available, so I'm going to talk to you, or I'm only going to work in this particular area.
So like me, I couldn't just sit down and say, Grandma, come answer the question.
That is correct. So when we go into these enumeration districts within the divisions, there is a central point that is identified. It is usually a health center, a school, a church, something that is well known and well understood as a central part of that particular community. And then they are instructed to walk a particular path. So we might say walk left, walk right, and you must always walk left. You must always turn left. Then depending on the density, meaning how close together the houses are, we will assign what we call a sampling interval. So it could be 2, which means you go to every other house, right? Or it could be 5, which means you go to every 5th house. And that's when the houses are very close together. Sometimes you have multiple, what they call dwellings on one piece of property behind one gate. And so we have to set the sample interval to reflect that. Likewise, in rural areas, or not likewise, differently in the rural areas where the houses tend to be spread much further apart, sometimes it's go to every house. So that has to be guided by the profile of the area that we are in. But once that sample interval is set, if you go to this house and you are directed to go to every 3rd house, you count 1, 2, 3, you go to that house. If the person is not there, okay, move on, 1, 2, 3. And so there is no, okay, but the person next door is there, let's just go right there. No, that is not the 3rd house. You cannot approach that house.
Pause for another cause. So you say the data collectors have to go left, they have to go right, they have to take every other house. How do you know that they do that?
GPS tracking is attached to all of our surveys. So that is part of our quality control. As soon as you start the survey, it takes the GPS point at which you are standing. And so if you are interviewing someone at their gate, it should pick up the GPS signal from where you are standing, right? And we can map that out very clearly. And we can also do what we call geofencing. So if you are assigned a particular constituency to work in, and we can assign the boundaries of that constituency. You cannot start a survey. If the GPS picks up that you are outside of those boundaries, it will flag it. So you can't interview someone outside of the boundaries that we have placed for that particular interview if they're assigned to a particular area.
One more pause for another cause.
All right.
Why I can't just fill it out myself? So you said I must go to East Rural St. Andrew. I will go to East Rural St. Andrew, stand in the middle of the Dallas division, and just fill it out myself.
All right. So we also do audio recording. The interviewers do not know what question triggers the audio recording. And it records for a specified number of questions. And what we're listening for is to hear the interviewer asking the question and hear a different voice answering the question. We also check to see that what the person has said is in fact what the interviewer recorded on the survey. So that's how we know there is a conversation happening. And it has to be a different voice. Because of course we know they will sit down and you and your brother walk right here, and right here, and you talk to the same person all the time. But that's where we have to sit and listen to those interviews and ensure that we're hearing different people. We're supposed to be hearing different genders. If you're talking to men all the time, those kinds of things tend to be red flags. You'll get flagged. We'll call the people back to ensure that they actually participated in a survey. So there has to be a valid phone number. All of that is included in ensuring that people are not sitting under the mango tree filling out the survey themselves.
When were these polls conducted?
These polls were conducted, we started the day after nomination day, so the 19th of August, and we were in the field up until 2 days ago. On the Wednesday
27th?
was the 27th.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you interviewed? Your sample size?
Sample size 1,511. We went in the field to do a 1,500 person sample. We ended up doing 1,511.
And your margin of error?
2.5%.
Good. All right, so you have set the scene for us, Janae.
Yes.
We're going to take a break now and come back with the results.
Clear your barrels and personal shipments with ease and convenience. Request a customs contactless clearance today through CCP at jca.gov.jm. The time by the Jamaica Customs Agency is
12 minutes to 6.
Savor the flavor and win with Bird Shack Fried Chicken Summer Vibes promotion. Spend $1,000 or more at any store this August and win weekly prizes of JBL speakers or earbuds, plus a grand prize of a
All right, guys, remember we speak to each other respectfully. If the phone is muted, it is muted for a reason. So you can't say you don't watch dumb TV and swearing and so on. Those are not the rules. So please understand. Alright guys, we're going to be heading into Portland.
Unveiling the last Blue Dot polls, sponsored by Total Tools Jamaica, just before the general elections of next Wednesday. This is the last polls you'll hear before the election day. We have with us Chief Insights Officer at Blue Dot, Janae Stevens-Taylor. Janae, which is the first question you have for us?
The first question I have reads, based on what you've seen or heard of the plans from both political parties, who do you think is best suited to lead the country? And based on the results we have, Jamaicans are more confident in the plans and proposals put forward by the Holness-led administration by a notable 19 points. 49% of registered voters polled indicated that they think the Holness-led JLP is better suited to continue to lead the country, versus only 30% who held the same view of a change of government, thinking that Golding and his administration would be better suited to lead. 15% of registered voters are unsure, and 6% indicated neither of the two leading contenders are well suited.
First time you're asking this question?
First time we are asking it in this way. We typically ask a question: who do you think is best suited to address the nation's problems? Who do you think is better suited to govern? That sort of thing. But now the opinion that we ask them to put forward is based on the campaigning, the messaging that has been put out into the public space. So having heard, having seen news articles and so forth about these plans and proposals, who has the better way forward? And almost 1 in 2 Jamaicans, 49%, saying, let us continue down the path with the Holness-led administration.
And 30% saying the
Compared to 30% saying, no, let's switch. We're ready for Golding to lead.
That's an interesting data point, because it would have followed a crisscrossing of the country, and I was clear to drill down the dates with you, Jenny, because this would have followed a crisscrossing of the country by the People's National Party. By that point, they would have covered probably 12 or 11 parishes in their parish rallies. They would have had 2, I think, bus tours across the country, and sending out their message, giving their message directly to the Jamaican people. And you're saying, despite that, these poll findings are suggesting, because at that point, we must remind the listeners, the JLP had not yet put out a manifesto. I think by then it would have put out the achievements document.
Yes.
But it had not yet put out a manifesto, and it had not yet kicked in to a high gear of campaigning. The People's National Party had been at it for quite some time. So that, I think, is instructive.
Yeah.
What was the message that was being delivered on the road?
Yeah. So let us get some reactions from our panelists. Yes. And which of them? We have a team of panelists here. We have a senior member of the JLP's Communications Task Force, Marlon Morgan, political commentator Kevin O'Brien Chang, an undergraduate student of political science and economics at Vassar College in New York in the United States, Ronaldino McLean, and political commentator Dr. Nadine Spence as well. Yes? We are not quite ready with that link yet, so let's move on to your next question.
Well, let's look at how this question breaks out, right? So starting first with gender.
While
So both genders, we're seeing that 49%. They're in agreement. Men and women, let us continue with the JLP government. But Golding does have a stronger footing among men, which is not uncommon when we have done these polls. This has been a trend. Typically, we see the women in favor of Holness, certainly in terms of favorability and those types of questions, suitability to lead and govern and handle Jamaica's problems. This time around, we're seeing stronger alignment between men and women around Holness, but still men having a stronger opinion or more confidence in Golding going
So the gender
forward.
gap is closing.
The gender gap is closing around Holness. There's still somewhat of a disparity by as much as 5 points between men and women in terms of their confidence in Golding and his ability to lead the proposals that have been put to the table so far. All right. So now looking at age, and this is where it gets interesting, because ordinarily when we look at age-related breakouts, the seniors tend to be in favor of the PNP or in favor of Golding, depending on the nature of the question that is being asked. For the first time in quite some time, certainly in as far back as I can remember presenting these numbers, that is not the case. Across all segments, Holness has the edge. It is
all age groups.
All age groups. So let me read out the numbers for those who are listening, right? For
And if you're on our YouTube channel, you can see the numbers on our screen there. If you are, you can go across to the Nationwide 90 FM YouTube channel. Go ahead.
All right, so 18 to 24, 45% in favor of Holness in terms of suitability compared to 27% for Golding. That's 18 to 24. 25 to 34, 47% in favor of Holness compared to Golding's 25%.
Mark Golding.
35 to 44-year-olds, 49% of them would like to
that's why
continue
when
with the programs and
that's why the
policies
pri-
of the
that's why the
Holness
Prime Minister
administration. 27% are asking for a
When
change.
we did the DNA test,
45 to 54-year-olds,
call.
that number reaches 52% for Holness compared to
he's the father
29% for
of the
Golding.
prosperity of the country.
By the time we get to
your name
55
call.
to 64-year-olds,
But it
that
was
number
another Golding.
peaks at 53% for Holness compared to 33% for Golding. And for the 65 plus, your seniors, 46% in favor of Holness's plans compared to 35% in favor of Golding's proposals.
That's the closest Golding comes in the demographic groups.
That is correct. So
Over
he still
65.
has the strongest footing amongst the seniors, but it is usually ahead of Holness, and that is not the case for the first time in a long time.
What do you make of this?
It's not close.
I will leave you and your commentators to
Let me
try to figure that out.
let me ask
not
you this,
close at
Anthony.
all.
You usually sample political allegiance, whether they're supporters of the two main political parties. Did you get a sense of how many of those across those age groups are independent voters?
So the persons who identify as, we're not getting as many of the, what we call politically unaffiliated, registering their opinions in our polls this time around. They're opting out of participating. We can't make people participate in polls, right? So they're not as enthused about the process. This poll was a lot of people who've made up their minds and they're ready to vote. Earlier, we would have reported in one of your newscasts, 65% of the people that we speak to say, whether they're going to do it or not is another thing, but they say that they intend to vote, that they intend to show up on September 3rd and cast their vote. So it's really that enthusiasm that we're seeing coming through and supporters who are choosing a side one way or the other, and you're not really getting as much feedback from the unaffiliated as we would get when we do polls in ordinary time outside of, election season.
Well, Nadine Spence, Dr. Nadine Spence and Kevin Abraham Chang are ready. Good afternoon. It's now good evening. Good evening, Kevin. Good evening.
We acknowledge the work of the PNP in the national effort across administration. Any political credit they should get for contributing to the solution is totally wiped out because they are the ones whose bad policy caused the problem in the first place. To their true bipolar nature, the PNP wants to claim paternity after causing the mother, the people, so much hardship. In their last budget presentation, the leader of the opposition and the opposition spokesman on finance disingenuously accused the government of increasing taxes on the people of Jamaica. In the last budget presentation, the leader of the opposition said, since the JLP government came into office, they have more than doubled the annual tax take, increasing it by a massive $190,000 per person. Yet, in his recent budget presentation this year, the leader of the opposition and the opposition spokesman on finance both claim that the improved performance of tax revenue is due to the tax reform work of the PNP. So we need to ask ourselves, is it the PNP that is responsible for Jamaicans paying more taxes? In the 2023 budget, the leader of the opposition complained that the government was moving too fast to reduce debt. He advocated that we abandon the fiscal responsible path, use $40 billion, in other words, go and party with the rent money that we're supposed to use for debt repayment, to spend on temporary relief. In this budget, when he sees the amazing benefit of reducing the debt to 68%, and the amazing fiscal space that is created for us to actually now sustainably deal with the relief effort. He now comes claiming that the reduction in debt is due to the PNP's faithfulness to fiscal prudence. This reminds me of the classic tale of what we in Jamaica sometimes regretfully call Butler's father, who caused the mother so much pain and then abandons the child. But when the child grows up to be successful, out of the blue they turn up to claim paternity and associate with success. This leader of the opposition is a man of convenience, flip-flopping between prudence and popularity when it suits him. 1 minute he disowns the child of fiscal discipline, and then the next he claims the child of fiscal discipline. The mother remembers the pain of FinSAC and the high interest rate policy, the largest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich, and she knows that she cannot trust this worthless man. So the DNA test was done. The DNA test was done. The results are in. When it comes to 15-year-old fiscal discipline, PNP, you are not the father. Yes, your name call. But it is another Golding that is the father. Now stand at a record high of $5.5 billion, representing 29 weeks of goods and service imports. This provides Jamaica with a crucial buffer against external shocks. In the past, we lived in fear of global financial crises, natural disasters, or commodity price swings that could send our economy into turmoil. Today, we stand prepared and protected with reserves that give us the confidence and security to navigate the uncertainties of the global economy. When my administration took office in 2016, the NIR was less than half what it is today. We have increased the NIR by 131%. And we have done so despite facing the worst global health and economic crisis in 100 years. Jamaica today has the strongest economy since independence, and we will not allow the PNP to have a party with our rent money.
This is a budget debate, and anything you put forward has fiscal implications. Madam Speaker, allow me to demonstrate to the people. This is a budget debate, and anything you put forward has fiscal implications. Madam Speaker, allow me to demonstrate to the people of Jamaica that the promises from the opposition will create FinSAC 2.0. This is a budget debate, and anything you put forward has fiscal implications. Madam Speaker, allow me to demonstrate to the people of Jamaica that the promises from the opposition will create FinSAC 2.0.
In this year's budget, which is roughly $1.27 trillion, there is $360 billion of what is described as discretionary expenditure.
And Madam Speaker, every dollar of it is already allocated to something. The notion that there is all this discretionary money is just that, a notion.
So clearly, that $360 billion will be reconfigured.
The opposition would be free to look at these programs and decide which ones they're not doing or which ones they will cut back on because those are the only decisions that are available.
And we will go through it very carefully, line by line, to decide what programs we will keep, what programs we will scale down, what programs we might discontinue altogether, what programs we might defer, so as to create room for the $23 billion that we want to roll out of that $360 billion.
Every dollar in the budget is allocated.
The administration that I lead on your behalf has cut the debt in half. We have created 280,000 new jobs, brought in 85,000 persons into the labor force. We have tripled the minimum wage. We have cut murders by 55% over the last 3 years. You have had no new taxes to worry about. This administration has taken on the previously thought of impossible to solve problems, and we have solved them. We are an administration of performance. In our next term, our pensioners who have worked so hard will get a break. Those earning $6 million or below will pay no income tax. We will give a new income tax rate, which will be graduated, which will see everyone paying lower taxes. You will see 60,000 more houses being brought on the market, with 15% of them dedicated to young people. We will give incentives to developers to build houses for young people. You will see a new transportation system for rural school children coming into being. You will see more work being done on reducing electricity. Our government is a government of performance. This election is about a clear choice. Promise or performance. That's what it is. You have to make a decision. Who can deliver? It is this administration that has taken on the difficult problems, and we have delivered for you. I ask you on election day to vote for what is best for Jamaica. Vote for a government that performs. Vote for the Jamaica Labour Party.
Nadine?
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Good. First of all, the numbers, the first set of numbers we have revealed, beginning with you, Dr. Spence. Age demographic groups on the best suited to lead
Yes.
are now a consensus among all the demographic groups from 18 to 24 right up to over 65, saying Holness and the Labour Party.
It's very, very telling, I think, and it's also very interesting that I have been following the Blue Dot polls from about, 2016? Cliffs, when you
2020.
2020. And I think it's the first that I am seeing across all age groups a preference for Andrew Holness's JLP. I think there was always a kind of agreement that the older voters, a kind of, a revelation and a reality where older voters would have preferred the PNP, but we are seeing that has changed dramatically. I note as well that Holness's highest support is in the 55 to 64 age group. I'm not quite sure what to make of that, but he also has, I think because these people can relate to him very well in terms of his own age as well. And perhaps his messaging is coming across clearer and more decisive with people in the 45 to 64 age group. I don't know if there are some of the policies of the JLP is impacting this, because we've seen that the JLP has really gone out for older people and pension and making sure pensions are safer, and that kind of a reality has emerged in the JLP in its policy response. So I'm not sure, but I think that there is here a greater connect with the Prime Minister in the age group 45 to 64.
Kevin, your perspective on this?
Nadine is right. Generally assume, or it's been found to be, that Holness is stronger with the young folks, Holness and the JLP, while Golding and the PNP is stronger with the older folks. But clearly this poll shows a lot of changes from the last one and previously. So that's one of the changes we have seen, that maybe the older folks are going for stability and continuity. As you get older, you're more conservative, you don't want changes. So maybe that may account for it, that Andrew Holness is seen as a safe pair of hands.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kevin. Nadine, you're going to be hearing much more from Kevin and Nadine. We're going to take our next break, and then when we come back, what's the next question for us, Janae?
Well, before we move to the next question, I think it's important for us to look at this question by parish. So I certainly want to show you that. And then we know we have the mega question, right?
Okay, good.
Yeah.
For formal electricity. Right where we stand, over 100 homes have been rewired to prepare for formal electricity. As I went behind here, a lady said to me, all I want from you, Prime Minister, is this community, which has been informally settled. We want you to settle us and give us the title. There are many communities like this around Jamaica where they have sprung up informally, but the government has not been able to keep pace with how the communities have evolved. That is why we have developed the social housing program, where there is a component where we rebuild tenement yards. We have gone 6 so far, but we are going to put $5 billion behind the program to go through the country to look at these big yards, tenement yards, where you have between anywhere from 6 to sometimes as many as 25 individual households on a little piece of land. And they need to be resettled. Infrastructure needs to be put in, particularly running water and sewage. They need proper electricity, and they need a proper housing solution. If we are going to improve the quality of life of our people, we have to improve their housing. And that is what the social housing program is about. We are dealing with crime, we are dealing with debt, we're dealing with inflation, we're dealing with unemployment. All of those things we have done well on. The next step now is to give our families who are in poor circumstances, residentially and otherwise, we have to give them a better opportunity at life through better housing and shelter. And that is where my commitment lies. So we have a housing policy that creates housing for people who are working and who have income. But our housing policy also looks to assist those persons who are not working and who don't have the income and who would not be able to by themselves fix up their circumstances. And that is why the government is treating with social housing. So right here where we stand, number one, your member of parliament has been a big advocate of us looking at this entire area and see how best we can apply the new social housing to redevelop this area into proper housing solutions. That will be done. Once we do that, you will get your title, because we don't
The final
just
nationwide
develop the
Blue Dot polls
houses.
before the September 3 general election. My name is Ricardo Brooks.
And I'm Cliff Hughes.
We have with us Chief Consumer Insights Officer at Blue Dot, Jenny Stevens-Taylor, and she's taking us through the
She has
data.
been occupying this land all her life.
All right, so we
And
have
what
been
she
looking
wants
at the
to see
question
is
based
the
on
place
what you've
developed.
seen or heard of the plans from both political parties. Who do you think is best suited to lead the country? A reminder to everyone that the overall results for this question favor the Holness-led administration, with 49% of Jamaicans more confident in their plans and proposals, compared to 30% who give the nod to a Golding-led government. We have looked at it by age, and we've seen some surprising shifts, certainly amongst seniors, and the analysts would have put forward their thoughts on what could be accounting for that. And before we move on from this question, we just want to look at how this breaks out across the country. So for those looking at the graphic online or elsewhere, where you see the icon colored to reflect either party, it means that is the party that is ahead, right? So what this graphic shows is who is ahead in each parish. So let's go around.
So, my people, if we by looking at this graphic, it would appear as if though probably can green up the whole thing, man. Because this is one now. We're talking about 10 seats in which the JLP are leading, according to the polls. Now, of course, the people have to step out and have to make this a reality. Without the people actually going to the polls, all this mean nothing. Okay, this is just pretty drawings. But we're talking about a 49% in St. James, 46% in Westmoreland, 51% St. Elizabeth, 64% Manchester, 51% Clarendon, 47% St. Catherine, 52% Kingston and St. Andrew, 50% in St. Thomas, 49% in Portland. This is a good look, but we need for that to be translated to reality. Let's continue listening.
Starting in the east. So in St. Thomas, we have 50% of the sample indicating Holness. So that parish there in favor of Holness. And that pretty much continues all along the southern coast.
Let me just once again, thanks for those who have continued to view the live. Thank you for liking, sharing, and subscribing to this live. So far, we've had 105 views, which is not bad. But people, I guess, that popped in and popped out. But we have 3 people who right now are constantly viewing. I must say, special thanks to those 3. Certainly appreciate it. All right, so let's continue watching this. Big up Valentina. Valentina is seems to be, yeah, my most loyal follower. Thanks again. Let's continue watching this.
Of the country. Kingston and St. Andrew, 52% in favor of Holness. St. Catherine, 47%. Clarendon, 51%. Manchester, 64%. St. Elizabeth, 51%. Westmoreland, 46%. So that entire southern coast of the island, indicating that they are more confident in the plans and proposals that they would have seen or heard up to that point from Andrew Holness and his JLP.
Some interesting numbers there, Janae. Yeah. Westmoreland, 46%. What was the PNP number there?
I can tell you that, but I have to come out of this screen.
Okay.
So this graphic focuses on who is ahead, right? So they're ahead in Westmoreland. Hanover breaks the trend if we're going around the island, and Hanover is instead a majority in favor of switching to the plans and proposals of Golding and his team. 54% of people in Hanover indicate that based on what they've seen or heard, Golding is best suited to lead, and they're looking forward to a PNP government. We're also seeing that sentiment being reflected in St. Mary and in St. Anne, though not with as much enthusiasm as we're seeing in Hanover. St. Mary is really interesting because when we get to the weather vane seats, of which St. Mary Western is one, this is gonna turn everything upside down all over again. So you will see that in that particular constituency in St. Mary, which will point to some other challenges happening elsewhere in St. Mary, but we'll get to that.
Yes.
Right, but overall, as a parish, St. Mary is giving the nod to Golding in terms of suitability to lead. The remaining parishes, St. James and Trelawney on the north coast and Portland in the northeast, are also in favor of Golding and the JLP's proposals. Oh, sorry, Holness and the JLP's proposals, my goodness.
Which parish is that at 67%? Is that Trelawney?
Trelawney, and that is where the support for the JLP is highest, followed very closely by Manchester at 64%.
Manchester?
Yes.
That is interesting because we saw some polling data in the previous cycles where the PNP was dominating in Manchester.
Yes.
And the JLP was weak.
There have been quite a number of shifts in this poll compared to May, and to the point where we doubled down on our quality control, doubled down on our methodology, because when we started seeing some of these numbers, we as pollsters had to take a seat and really investigate what was happening, revisiting, taking a look at the map, ensuring we went into all the nooks and crannies, and ensuring that the results that we were seeing was not being caused by something not happening the way that it is designed to happen in terms of methodology. And we found no evidence of that. And so the numbers are what they are, and they are reflecting some surprising shifts happening in places to expect.
We have been saying it, that we're going to get some surprises on the 3rd of September because Trelawney at 67% versus St. James at 49%. And the conventional wisdom is that the JLP is strongest in St. James. But look at that in comparison to Trelawney.
Yes.
Yeah? Can you put it up back for me quickly, please? We're not quite done yet with it. And then if you look at, we spoke about Manchester, but look at Kingston and St. Andrew, 52%.
Yes.
Yeah? This is a region that the JLP suffered in the last local elections.
Yes.
Last round. Yeah, they're back at 52%. Yeah? And then...
And that 52% in Kingston and St. Andrew will be something to watch because that then brings into play Central Kingston. It brings in, probably puts out of play Eastern St. Andrew, East Rural St. Andrew, and West Rural St. Andrew.
Yes.
And those seats, those 4 seats, are going to be key on election night.
Yeah. Continue, Janae.
All right. So a couple of things to point out here. St. Mary and Portland. There's some interesting things happening there. One, there's still the highest level of uncertainty, with anywhere from 1 in 5 to about 1 in 4, a quarter of the people still saying, I'm not sure either of them are telling me what I need to be hearing to make up my mind come next Wednesday. So there's still quite a bit up for grabs in both of those parishes. And in St. Mary in particular, the constituencies within the parish are not very well aligned, right? You're seeing strong support for one party in one constituency. You go to the next constituency, it's the complete opposite. So St. Mary is shaping up to be a battleground of a parish, certainly in terms of confidence and how that translates to intent to vote, which is where we're going to go next.
But just before we go, St. Anne, that is standing out to me.
Right, and there's only a 5-point difference between the two of them in St. Anne. Which is a very small difference compared to some of the other parishes where the differences in most other parishes are in double digits, low double digits.
Right.
In St. Anne, it's only 5%, 38 to 33.
So St. Anne is competitive.
So it is shaping up to be one of those very competitive areas. So St. Anne and St. Mary are going to be, you have to fight for it. So,
Ricardo, listeners, in St. Anne, the wisdom is, Northeast St. Anne, Shahini's old seat, supposed to be a shoo-in for Matthew.
Right.
It may not be. Same thing for Southeast St. Anne. Lisa Hannah Foggy Mullins' old seat. That is a PNP rural heartland that the PNP barely held on to. Yeah. It may be more competitive than we think. Yeah. Southwest St. Anne, Xavier Main seat, the old Gallimore seat, strong JLP. There's a youngster there, young lady Danishka Williams up against the state minister, Xavier Main. The PNP people there telling me that Danishka is going to pull off a surprise. The Labourites say not at all. But these numbers suggest that something competitive is taking place in St. Anne.
And don't forget Crystal Lee up against Gabriel Morris
in Northwest.
And I think those are the two: Danishka, Xavier, Gabriel, and Crystal. Those are the two that I think where the real competition is.
Yes.
I don't think Matthew Samuda is in any kind of competitive fight. But
okay,
let's see.
Let us see. Continue, Jenny.
All right, so you ready for your next question?
Yep.
Sure. All right. So as usual, we ask if the general election was being held today.
Oh, this is the big one.
Yeah, it's the big one.
Third term before.
If you wanted to revisit third term, we definitely
save that
can.
For last.
Save it for last. Save the
Well,
good stuff for last. All right, no problem. All right. So the third term question, for those who would not have heard it in the newscast, when asked, do you think the Holness administration deserves a third term in government? 56% of the registered voters that we polled said yes. And this is important because we have asked this question, I believe, for the last 4 or 5 polls, and it has almost always been 49-51, 50-50, like very close, dead heat. People are torn about not necessarily suitability to continue, but do we want a government in office for 3 consecutive terms? If you have not done it already, can you do anything different now?
And it bears repeating that it has only happened once so far in our political history.
Correct. And so there's always that split right down the middle. This time, the pendulum has swung a little bit in favor of that third term. This is the first time that we have a majority that we can speak of and not that even split. So 56% saying, yes, let us continue, let them have a third term in government.
That is bad news for the PNP. Bad news. It means that support is consolidating around the Holness administration's case for a third term, because this has been an issue where Jamaicans have almost an instinctive, negative reaction to 3 terms.
It's taboo.
Yeah, it's just taboo. Yes. So for these numbers now, for the first time in several polls, to see, yes, they deserve a third term, it suggests to me that the case being made by the Labour Party, the message, is getting through, that they deserve a third term.
Well, let's see if the analysts feel the same way.
Yes. Okay.
So as I listen to these folks talk about it being taboo with this third term business, They had no problem giving PJ Patterson a third term when he was not performing. This PJ Patterson presided over the high interest rate policies and the complete collapse of the business sector. And they had no problem giving him a third term. I don't understand what is the taboo about this third term. Here it is, you have a government that has been performing for the last 2 terms. Why would you not give them a third term? When in fact, the opposition that is trying to take over are flip flopping every which way, willing to say about just about anything. I tell you, the only thing left for them to do is tell you that you go to work. As a matter of fact, you don't go to work, but you still collect your salary. That's the only thing left. And I wouldn't be surprised if I heard this before the election on Wednesday, because they are so desperate. They are so desperate to win that they will say just about anything. Right now, they have gone and revised how they're going to fund their so-called 3.5 million, when this was the same party who told us back in 2016 that it would not have been possible to move the threshold to 1.5. The government has said they're going to move it to 2 million gradually. And here it is, they come now with a 3.5 million. How in heavens are they going to do it? Can it be done? But then, of course, here it is, we have also the lead voicings of Julian Robinson saying that you don't have to justify anything. You're trying to win votes. And so this is what we do. The admission that you can't, that you don't be honest with the people, that you just tell them anything. But 2025 is far different from 2020, because in 2020 there was a pandemic and people had greater concerns. But nevertheless, for the ones who came out and voted, they chose to give the JLP a supermajority of 49 seats. In 2016, the JLP won with a 1-seat majority. But what's the difference between 2016 and 2020 versus 2025? Well, in 2025, there is no pandemic. We have maneuvered through a pandemic. In 2024, we had a Category 5 hurricane devastate sections of the country, and we pulled through it. And we did not have to go around begging. If people decided to help us, that was great. But we did not need to go around begging. No hat in hand business. Let us be real. This JLP government has proven that they know how to manage. They know how to manage. When everything was bad in the 70s leading up to the 1980 election, it was a JLP government that came in and did the things they did and got the country. We had a hurricane in 88, Gilbert, and an ungrateful set of people turned around and handed it back to the PMP. And what did they get as a get for that foolishness? What did they get? They got 18 and a half years of the PMP government demolishing the country, wrecking everything possible. In 2025, after having had a hurricane burial in 2024, and once again, the JLP government has maneuvered through that and gotten a vast amount of the people back up and running. This is a test, We failed the test in 1989. Are we going to fail the test in 2025? Are we going to hand over the government to a bunch of people who have proven that they are not able to run anything? but the country into the ground? Seriously? Is this where we're headed again? No, the polls are giving us a very good picture. Huh? This is what the polls are giving us, right? The polls are giving us a beautiful picture. What's going on over there in Hanover? You guys really want the PMP? Is that really what you want? The PMP? Why? You're on the verge of even more greatness and you want the PMP? St. Anne, after you booted Dayton Campbell out, you really acting as if though you want to bring in some more PMP? St. Mary, what has Dr. Guy done for you guys? Hmm? You guys with Guy, seriously, what has the PMP done for Central St. Mary? Absolutely nothing. And you're still sitting on the fence trying to figure out you want all the great things to be happening everywhere else? You see it happening throughout the island, and you are sitting on the fence, still wanting to stick with the PMP? I don't know what's wrong with some of these people. You know, it's probably like their marching song. It is very catchy. I will tell you, it is probably like a tune from the Pied Piper, because here it is, you're marching to your own destruction. Let us wise up. If there was ever a time to give a third term to a party, this is the time, because this government, this JLP government, has proven not over one term, over two terms, that they're capable of doing what is good for Jamaica. All these other guys want to do is come in and grab a hold of our net international reserves, which now stands at 6.2 billion US dollars. Never before have we had that much in reserves. You're talking about rent money, pon top of rent money, pon top of rent money. Finally, the kids will have in the rural areas will have a school bus system. Yes, we know it launches on Monday, but still, the buses are here, the drivers are here. I mean, all the things are in place. The routes have been decided on. The buses have been tested over the routes. Where there are issues, they're seeking to resolve those issues. The last time we were here, as soon as the PMP came in, what did they do? Cancel it. This government has pretty much delivered most of what it is that they're saying. And when they didn't deliver it, they had good reason and explanation as to why. If there was no COVID, can you just imagine how much further along we would be? But based on where we are, I don't see why we would even be considering the PMP. They're a party without any real policy, flipping and flopping every which way they go. Come on, people. Let's do better than that, man. Why are we making this a struggle? It's supposed to be an easy, I would say at least 55 seats. Why are we turning this into a struggle? There's no neck and neck here. You're talking about cheese to chalk. Let us get out there and let us vote And for those of us who don't have a vote, we need to be talking to somebody who has a vote and be encouraging them. There is nowhere to run away to anymore now. The great United States that some of you will sell your young for is coming up with all kind of policies to prevent you from coming here. How many of you have the $15,000 bond, much less 5,000? How many of you have that bond money to put up? The UK is not what it used to be. And Canada, all Canada has ever done is drain the country of its brightest people to come there to support their aging population. That's all Canada has ever done. But then you see, most people don't want to call a spade a spade. Most people want to pretend that things are not the way they are. And many of you who run off to Canada, when you go to Canada, you make sure you pay all those taxes, don't you? You're not dodging no tax. Canada doesn't allow it. I remember one time I visited, and I think I went into a pharmacy to buy, it must have been like Q-tips. And when I got the receipt, it was as long as my arm. I was wondering, what is all this paper for? And when I looked on the receipt, I was shocked. I've never seen so many taxes on one receipt. I purchased one item, and I swear there must have been about 7 or 8 items of tax. So when you go to Canada, you gladly pay those taxes. Yes, of course. And remember now, it is taxes that fix the road and give you street lights and those things. When you come to America, you think you can avoid paying taxes? You may dodge it for a little bit, but be sure, when Uncle Sam catch you, he want every penny, plus interest and penalties. So I don't see what is the difficulty in giving Andrew Holness and the JLP a third term. Anyway, let's continue to watch this Blue Dot polls as it continues to show that the poll that Don Anderson put out is garbage, absolute garbage.
2%.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a region that the JLP suffered in the last local elections,
Yes.
last round. Yeah, they're back at 52%. Yeah, and then.
And that 52% in Kingston and St. Andrew will be something to watch because that then brings into play Central Kingston. It brings in, well, probably puts out of play Eastern St. Andrew, East Rural St. Andrew, and West Rural St. Andrew.
Yes.
And those seats, those 4 seats, are going to be key on election night.
Yeah. Continue, Janae.
All right. So a couple of things to point out here. St. Mary and Portland. There's some interesting things happening there. One, there's still the highest level of uncertainty, with anywhere from 1 in 5 to about 1 in 4, a quarter of the people still saying, I'm not sure either of them are telling me what I need to be hearing to make up my mind come next Wednesday. So there's still quite a bit up for grabs in both of those parishes. And in St. Mary in particular, the constituencies within the parish are not very well aligned, right? You're seeing strong support for one party in one constituency. You go to the next constituency, it's the complete opposite. So St. Mary is shaping up to be a battleground of a parish, certainly in terms of confidence and how that translates to intent to vote, which is where we're going to go next.
But just before we go, St. Anne. That is standing out to me.
Right, and there's only a 5-point difference between the two of them in St. Anne. Which is a very small difference compared to some of the other parishes where the differences in most other parishes are in double digits, low double digits.
Right.
In St. Anne, it's only 5%, 38 to 33.
So St. Anne is competitive.
So it is shaping up to be one of those very competitive areas. So St. Anne and St. Mary are going to be, you have to fight for it.
So Ricardo listeners, in St. Anne, the wisdom is, yeah, Northeast St. Anne, Shahini's old seat, supposed to be a shoe-in for Matthew.
Right.
It may not be. Same thing for Southeast St. Anne. Lisa Hannah Foggy Mullins' old seat. That is a PNP rural heartland that the PNP barely held on to. Yeah, it may be more competitive than we think. Yeah, Southwest St. Anne, Xavier Main seat, the old Gallimore seat, strong JLP. There's a youngster there, young lady Danishka Williams up against the state minister, Xavier Main. The PNP people there telling me that Danishka is going to pull off a surprise. The Laborites say not at all. But these numbers suggest that something competitive is taking place in St. Anne.
And don't forget Crystal Lee up against Gabriel Morris
in Northwest.
And I think those are the two: Danishka, Xavier, Gabriel, and Crystal. Those are the two that I think where the real competition is.
Yes.
I don't think Matthew Samuda is any kind of competitive fight. But
okay,
let's see.
Let us see. Continue, Jenny.
All right, so you ready for your next question?
Yep.
Sure. All right. So as usual, we ask if the general election was being held today.
Oh, this is the big one.
Yeah, it's a big one.
Third term before.
If you wanted to revisit third term, we definitely
save that
can.
for last.
Save it for last. Save the good stuff for last. All right, no problem, no problem. All right, so the third term question, for those who would not have heard it in the newscast, when asked, do you think the Holness administration deserves a third term in government? 56% of the registered voters that we polled said yes. And this is important because we have asked this question, I believe, for the last 4 or 5 polls, and it has almost always been 49-51, 50-50, like very close, dead heat. People are torn about not necessarily suitability to continue, but do we want a government in office for 3 consecutive terms? If you have not done it already, can you do anything different now?
And it bears repeating that it has only happened once so far in our political history.
Correct. And so there's always that split right down the middle. This time,
PJ got 3 terms. And
the pendulum has swung a little bit in favor of that third term. This is the first time that we have a majority that we can speak of, and not that even split. So 56% saying, yes, let us continue, let them have a third term in government.
That is bad news for the PNP. Bad news. It means that support is consolidating around the Holness administration's case for a third term. Because this has been an issue where Jamaicans have almost an instinctive, negative reaction to 3 terms.
It's taboo.
Yeah, it's just taboo. Yes. So for these numbers now, for the first time in several polls, to see, yes, they deserve a third term, it suggests to me that the case being made by the Labour Party, the message, is getting through, that they deserve a third term.
Well, let's see if the analysts feel the same way.
Yes. Okay. Ronaldino McLean and Nadine Spence and Desmond Richards on the phone.
My people, on this business about the third term, I don't quite understand what is the difficulty, because the government has shown performance. I heard Cliff mention earlier this week that he believed that the PMP won the debate, the second debate, as if though it was some kind of beauty contest. Is that what it is? Yeah? His words were the optics. Optics is what we're going for. So you see, this is why I'm kind of happy now. I'm happy that Lisa Hanna has decided to step out of politics. Yes, because it sounds to me like if Lisa Hanna was running, that PMP people would have voted for Lisa Hanna based on optics because she's easy on the eyes. That is the reason why we'd vote for her. It's not about your children and your future. And that if you're a young person, at some point, if you live long enough, you may need the help of the state. You want to know that there are proper policies in place so that employers don't just whip you, work you, and then discard you. You want to know that if you should fall in that situation, that the government is running the country so well that they'll have something to share with you. I mean, seriously, optics, this is about performance. For the first time, we can speak on performance. The government performed when they were elected in 2016. They performed to get us through COVID. They performed to come up with a crime plan. You know, I think a lot of people only can see as far as their nose. They don't have 20/20 vision. They only can see as far as their nose. For those who may not be conscious of it, do you know why? And again, the market, this is my opinion. Huh? But this is my opinion. And if you think about it, you might see what I'm saying. When we built the forensic center, you have to understand that in solving a crime, you solve a crime by collecting evidence at the scene of the crime and comparing it to something. So, for instance, if they say there's a burglary and somebody breaks into your house and they didn't wear gloves and they left fingerprints on the glass or on the doorknob, when the police come and capture that evidence, do you recognize that they have to compare it to something in order to determine who the individual was that tampered with the lock or the window? That's why they dust for prints. But when they capture that, they have to go and compare to something. Well, this is my belief. We had just recently built a forensic center, a forensic laboratory, huh? And we needed to populate the database. Well, under a state of emergency, seeing that we fight against NIDS so much until eventually we have to make it all. Because now we realize that, you see, lots of people would have been able to get help if the government knew who they were going to give the help to, because they could identify who it is that's getting the help. But what they did was the states of emergency allow them to process each person. And what happens when you process the person? You capture their fingerprints and biometric data, possibly some DNA as well. So how do you think it is that we're able to solve all these crimes now? Because when they go now and they go to a crime scene and they process the scene and collect it, when they feed it back into the system is quickly identifying who is who. That's the reason, for instance, why your car has a license plate number. Because you can't just say it was a car that looked like your. No. You have two blue cars or two white cars or three white cars. They all have a different plate. Hmm? All of these digitization things that are happening, the Jamaica Eye and all of those things, are there to capture situations as they occur. So when a call is made, you see these stupid people who went and do whatever this bomb threat thing yesterday. I do hope that the JCF uses all of this awesome technology that they have and capture those persons who made those calls or sent those messages and make an example of them. But to show that we have had some of that capability, you remember the young man who decided that he was going to be in the UK and he was going to tell the Prime Minister to SYM because of the lockdown measures during COVID. It didn't take very long for him to have to come out and make another video apologizing to the Prime Minister. And where was he? Was he in the area in Jamaica that he said he was? No, he was in the UK. And all of these wonderful partnerships that we have signed on with so that there's so people can't commit a crime in Jamaica and just run off. Go back and listen to Baby Sham Ghetto Youth song. Go back and listen to it. It tells you exactly what used to happen. People would do the wrong in Jamaica and fly out till things cool off and then be back in the space. But the Prime Minister has now told you that you can't go nowhere. There's nowhere you can go that they can't find you because they now have agreements. And people who packing up guns in barrels and sending them to Jamaica. No, the police will kick off your door wherever you are and hold you for having sent those weapons to Jamaica or sent ammunition. Yes, between me and you, Jamaica move like a first world country, my people. Like a first world country with the technology. So I wouldn't be surprised if by maybe before the end of the day or early Monday, we hear who it is that sent those messages about bomb threat, trying to influence how the election of special of the special workers would go. But I think also it might be also part of a bait. See, because the PMP has constantly been pushing and wanting the government to pull a 1976 so that they can say, "Oh, you did it too." But Andrew Holness has proven that he's a very patient fellow. Again, he's playing chess, not checkers. Chess. Big man game. Anyway, let me not get too excited. Let's go back and listen to the rest of this.
Government that is seeking, government seeking to.
If you have not done it already, can you do anything different now?
And it bears repeating that it has only happened once so far in our political history.
Correct. And so there's always that split right down the middle. This time, the pendulum has swung a little bit in favor of that third term. This is the first time that we have a majority that we can speak of, and not that even split. So 56% saying, yes, let us continue, let them have a third term in government.
That is bad news for the PNP. Bad news. It means that support is consolidating around the Holness administration's case for a third term, because this has been an issue where Jamaicans have almost an instinctive, negative reaction to 3 terms.
It's taboo.
Yeah, it's just taboo.
Yes.
So for these numbers now, for the first time in several polls,
yes,
to see, yes, they deserve a third term, it suggests to me that the case being made by the Labour Party, the message, is getting through, that they deserve a third term.
Well, let's see if the analysts feel the same way.
Yes. Okay. Ronaldino McLean and Nadine Spence and Desmond Richards on the phone. Let me begin with you, Ronaldino, about this number for deserving a third term or not.
It's a big number. It's kind of shocking given Jamaica's history of not really giving governments third terms. And, like I set up maybe some weeks ago here, it's shocking in the context of having a post-pandemic incumbent government who has had to take a country through a pandemic and through the post-pandemic inflation shocks that have been experienced worldwide. It's kind of absurd to think that more than 50% of a voter base in that country would be supportive of retaining an incumbent government. And I think it speaks to a kind of resilience that Dr. Andrew Holness has had. He was resilient through the pandemic season when, in that 2020 period, lots of incumbent governments fell. And then certainly in the years after, we've seen incumbent governments all across the world fall as well. I'm a little bit baffled. I don't know how best to explain it.
Yeah. Nadine, how do you explain it?
I think the JLP has pushed its achievements, and not only is it an incumbent government that is seeking to be re-elected, it's a government that has been spouting its achievements and has been making sure that it says it everywhere it goes, that we have not been crippled by the pandemic. We have done well, and I think Jamaicans will remember that we at the point when we were experiencing the pandemic, we were very proud about how we were as a nation handling it. I think until we started to experience the fatigue, Jamaicans would compare themselves with their neighbors up north and say, hey, for a country our size, we're doing remarkably well. And I think people stuck with the impact of the pandemic for a very long time. So I'm not surprised at that. And as I say, we did well through the pandemic. The government came out and even though they never communicated as well as some of us thought that they should, they made it clear that they had rebounded, that the country had recovered, that the economics were looking good. And I think over the budget debates since then have been quite dramatic in terms of their representation of how Jamaica is doing in terms of its economic health. So I think they have been hammering home the point that Jamaica has been doing well. They have been working hard, and Holness has been working hard, and that they deserve a third term. And they have been using that phrase, the third term, consistently, so much so that it has become the most talked about thing. I think if we were to look for something that's trending on social media, perhaps hashtag third term loading would be at some points in in the days that have preceded today would have been what is trending on social media.
Yeah, I wanted to add then, I mean, given that you're talking about, the JLP hammering home this message of its achievements and, even on the issue of COVID, making clear how well we did in the context of the global village, the global economy, and so on. I think you have to also give credit then to the voters, to Jamaicans, because being able to receive that message well, when inflation went up, in the post-pandemic years, and being able to make that kind of analysis that Jamaica fared better than many countries all around us, I think it reflects a level of maturity in the voter population, and probably a level of maturity in Jamaica that we don't see elsewhere.
I think, Clifford, let me say this quickly. One of the things I notice about Jamaicans nowadays when we talk about our country, and I'm engaging people abroad and so on, and they feel proud about some of the metrics that have defined Jamaica of late. So when Jamaicans abroad, for example, compared us to how their COVID realities were being handled in the US, they boasted about what was happening back at home.
Yeah.
Yeah? Jamaicans felt proud of Jamaica on some of these metrics.
All
and
right.
so I think some of these things we are seeing.
Let me turn to Desmond Richards now. Desmond Richards, mix it up.
Well, I am going against the blue that poll finding.
Yes. I'm not surprised.
Yes, I'm going against that. My take is that the situation, the existing situation, is that all the good things that you people are talking about, it appears to me as if we are talking to two Jamaica. It has, because the people who I am talking to around the country, I'm talking about rural Jamaica.
Desmond, you have us on speaker? Take us off the speaker.
Are you hearing me now?
Much better. Keep it that way.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, much better. So keep it that way. Are you hearing me?
Okay.
Yes.
And I'm saying that the people in rural Jamaica, they have not felt all these good things that you people are talking about. The people, the cost of living, people are having great difficulties just surviving. And I heard the blue dot numbers is suggesting that Manchester is going to vote for the Labour Party. Well, based on my feedback and what I have seen on the ground, what I'm looking at is a 3-1 in favor of the PNP.
Uh-huh.
So the pollsters have voted and have done their work. I am challenging the accuracy of those numbers that has been revealed. I think on next week that the results are going to confirm my position.
All right. So time will tell. Time will be our master. Yes? Desmond Richards there saying he doesn't believe these numbers from the Blue Dot polls. He's seeing something different. And he cites the example of Manchester with their 4 seats. And he says the PNP will win 3, the GLP 1. Now,
So here we go again, folks. Here is this gentleman now talking about that he doesn't believe that they believe the Blue Dot poll numbers. Okay, so are we to say that Rhodaboy Crawford in Manchester Central will be beaten by the current mayor, of the Manchester Municipal Corporation? Are we to say also that Peter Bunting, who got beaten by Rhoda Moy Crawford and who has now gone to South Manchester, that he would win? Remember now, this is a guy who had, when Rhoda Moy won in 2020, there was $60 million in the Constituency Development Fund. What was Bunting doing? Oh, but then he clearly was doing nothing, so the people booted him. Hmm? The people booted him. They got rid of him because he had done nothing for them. He didn't even build a school in his name. So they booted him. So now he's gone to South Manchester. And the people in South Manchester are now going to reward him with a seat. And then we have Michael Phillips. After all the nonsense that Wani talk about, this is what we would expect, that he should be returned to government again. And this guy is coming on this program to say that he does not believe the numbers. I mean, I'm just looking at just Manchester. There is no basis on which Peter Bunting should win a seat. And there's no basis on which Michael Phillips should win a seat. And there is no basis for which Rhoda Moy Crawford should lose her seat. So what would that put you at? That would sound like the JLP winning at least 3 seats in Manchester out of the 4. Why not? Let's continue listening.
So do we go to our next break or do we go to our next question? No, we go to the break. Stay with us.
Yeah, so they're on a little break with that. I could fast forward it, but there's some other stuff that I wanna share with you while we're at it. Let's see, where are we? Let's see, where are we? Let's see, where are we? Mm. You see this section here that I have on the screen about the section 40, where it says, no person shall be qualified for election as a member of the House of Representatives who is a member of the Senate. A is a member of the Senate. B is disqualified for election by any law for the time being enforced in Jamaica by reason of his holding or acting in any office, the functions of which involve any responsibility for or in connection with the conduct of any election or any responsibility for the compilation or revision of any electoral register. 2. No person shall be qualified to be appointed as a senator or elected as a member of the House of Representatives who, A, by virtue of his own act, under any acknowledgement of allegiance, obedience, or adherence to a foreign power or state. That, my people, is the reason why Mark Golding should never have been in the parliament in the first place. Because up to age 40, he would have renewed his British passport at least 3 times. So how is it? But to hold a foreign passport does not, isn't that based on an act of your own self where you are acknowledging allegiance? Because I don't know if countries giving out their passports to people who don't acknowledge allegiance to that country. I just don't get it. I just don't get how it is that people can't seem to see this. And this is the reason why he blocked the whole thing of the Republic. He blocked the Republic because this would have stood in his way. Because if we were no, you see, this is the little part that he does. So right now, the head of state is King Charles of England. So in essence, as a British citizen, he has the same allegiance to the same head of state that we have. But had we gone through with removing the king as head of state, he would now have been subject to that clause because he would have had allegiance. Because up to now, he has not really shown us the document that he renounced. And nobody's using that birth certificate that he showed. I can't tell when last I see somebody with that birth certificate. Everybody birth certificate blue now. Big, beautiful, pretty blue paper. That is a birth certificate that I think I must have had as a young child. So by the way, I noticed none of the journalists, nobody never I don't see where this birth certificate was put on the front page of the Gleaner to show us the birth certificate. How could these people miss such an opportunity to prove to us that he is in fact that he was actually born at University Hospital? Does anybody have a copy of it? I would love to see it. But then the Prime Minister killed that him kill that hand. Because what did he say? It's not by because you're born in a country that make you it's not by you born in Jamaica that make you Jamaican. Because a good portion of Jamaicans don't care for Jamaica. Them ever look for fly out. Now there are those who fly out with the intention that they are trying to do better outside so they can do better in Jamaica. So what they do is they fly out and almost all of the money that they're making in another country, they send it back to Jamaica to build a house, to set up something because them don't plan to stay in this foreign country. That's what the majority of Jamaicans do. But then you have a bunch of Jamaicans who, when them a go up on the plane, and them throw a stone behind them and them don't look back. Yeah, them don't look back. Them don't want to have nothing more for the Jamaica. As a matter of fact, many of them, when them go with you, listen man, by the time them come off of the plane, them have the accent of that country. Yeah man. Buck up enough for them. But we have certain telltale signs, you know. We have certain telltale signs. Them always, them egg, adding H to egg and drop off the R. Up instead of say uh three, them say three. And they give away themselves all the time. Telltale signs. Only another Jamaican go most time pick it up, you know. But anyway, let's get back to this thing. Let's see, where are we? Where are we?
February of this year, which was the first poll that we did for 2025, we introduced something new. We introduced the public to 3 key seats that we have named, that Cliff named, the weather vane seats. And the reason we call them the weather vane seats is because they vote with the winner, or they have voted with the winner for the last 5 general elections, meaning they get it right. For the last 5 general elections, they have always gotten it right. And so the thinking then is, if you get it right here, chances are you will get it right nationally, just based on historical trends.
Right.
Now, history is in the past, so modern day dynamics can change that trend, but going from the trend, if you get it right in those 3 seats, chances are you emerge the victor at the national level. So those 3 seats are St. Mary Western, St. Elizabeth Southwestern, and St. Elizabeth Southeastern. So we have, for these 3 seats, we have done something different for the last 3 polls, including this one, which is to go into these constituencies with a larger sample. So after we've satisfied the necessary requirements for the nationally representative share that that constituency should contribute to our overall 1,500 sample, we go back in to talk to up to 100 people in each of these 3 seats. So we get a broader sense of what is happening in the constituency so that we can do this sort of special analysis. So we're going to now look at what these 3 seats are saying for the questions that we've looked at thus far, starting with which party they think is best suited to lead based on the plans and proposals that they've seen or heard. Reminding everyone, the overall figures, 49% saying the JLP is better suited to continue to form the government, to 30% who have the same opinion of the PNP taking over. Now, looking at the 3 weather vane seats, the support for the JLP is even stronger in all 3. All 3. So let's run through the numbers for those who are listening. St. Elizabeth Southeast, 54% in favor of the JLP's plans, compared to 32% in favor of the PNP's proposals. That's St. Elizabeth Southeast. For St. Elizabeth Southwest, 56% in favor of continuing with the plans and proposals of the current administration, compared to 36% who have more confidence in us changing, taking the opposition out of opposition and bringing them into government. St. Mary Western, the support for the JLP stands at 54% compared to 36% support for the PNP.
And pause, because St. Mary Western, we focused on in our last poll.
Yes.
When the JLP was trailing by...
Behind.
Yeah,
yes.
by, as I recall, about 20 points?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes. When we get to the voting question, and we have, because this question, there isn't an exact comparator question for it.
Yes.
For the last poll, so we're just looking at the numbers for now. But when we get to the big question, the who would you vote for question, where we can look at what it was the last time, you're going to see that shift in St. Mary Western. But remember, when we looked at that overall map for this question, it's not the entire parish of St. Mary. Because at the parish level, the entire parish altogether was in favor of the PNP in terms of confidence in their plans and proposals.
Yeah.
So this is unique to St. Mary Western.
Yes.
Yes.
Continue.
All right. So for this weather vane as well, we would have asked them the same question around the 3rd term and whether or not that has been earned by the current administration. And the support is there, particularly strong in Southwest, St. Elizabeth at 60%. So 60% of registered voters in Southwest St. Elizabeth saying they deserve a 3rd term.
That's where Floyd Green is going up against Dr. Miranda Wellington.
Correct. And in Southeast, that number stands at 55%, saying, let us continue, give them a third term. And that is up 3% compared to May and up 10% compared to February. Right? In Southwest, that 60% is only 1 percentage point more than it was in May, but it is 12 points more than it was in February. And then in St. Mary Western, 58% say yes, give them a third term. In May, that number was 35%. So there you're seeing again
big turnaround.
a massive resurgence, rebounding, recovery, whatever term you want to use, is happening or has happened, as evidenced by these numbers in St. Mary Western.
And I mean, for those who know, since the May Blue Dot polls came out, and I think elsewhere also it suggested that the GLP chairman was in a spot of bother. If you ask anybody, they'll tell you he has not left West St. Mary. He crisscrosses that constituency night after night after night. So he did take it very seriously when the results came out in May that showed him so far behind. And I wonder now whether his efforts is what you're seeing reflected in the poll.
You have to consider that, because you're right, Ricardo. We heard that he was jolted by these numbers and the extent to which he was behind. And he has battened down inside there. He lives there, but it's dead every day. A walk.
And the Prime Minister has also made at least, to my mind, I can recall at least 2 trips over the period that the polls were conducted.
Well, the impact of that can be sort of gleaned from the favorability numbers, which is, I want us to look at this. I know you would have reported on favorability earlier in the day, but certainly looking at the favorability of the 2 leaders in these 3 key seats really paints that picture. And so if he's having FaceTime along with their representative, the impact is likely reflected in what we're seeing. So for Holness, for his favorability, his net favorability, meaning positive impressions minus negative impressions, is positive across the board. In the overall sample, that stands at 25%, right? Because he has 47% positive, 22% negative, so he has net favorability of 25%. And that is almost matched in St. Mary Western, where his net favorability is 24%. Last time, it was -7.
Exactly.
Right? It was -7, the last edition of the polls. In May, it is now 24%.
Positive.
So, and positive, right? Just to rebound to positive is significant, but to get all the way to 24%, mirroring the national picture, is a significant feat.
I'm no data scientist, but I have eyes. And one of the things I've been doing, because the Prime Minister has now made himself very accessible in this campaign, where you can essentially spend a day with him via TikTok. So he goes out in the morning and he goes live, and then he takes you across the parishes. So he did Westmoreland recently, he did St. Mary. And here's what I'm thinking, Janae Cliff. I'm wondering if the political figure Andrew Holness as Prime Minister can seem remote and aloof. Okay, that's the country's Prime Minister, but there's a distance. But when he is interacting with people, touching, pressing flesh, there is a different reaction. You don't see the kind of deference and reverence that you would expect someone to have for the person holding the highest political office in the land. There is a, "Oi, Andrew," that kind of thing. And I'm wondering if what you're seeing and the turnaround is that people are now actually touching him. He's no longer seeming remote. You see him on a TV behind a lectern or in Parliament. You're actually touching him. And what he does on these trips, he stops at different points along the route and he goes out and he takes pictures. He fields questions. There's hugging. And there's a kind of...
And that's being amplified.
Obviously, through the platform. And there's a kind of... I don't want to use the word rock star, but there is a...
Well, that's what it is.
Yeah,
that is what it is.
A little bit of a celebrity.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting.
And he plays to it,
he does. It's very interesting to observe. And again, I dare say the anecdotal evidence it backs the data. The women, you see pockets and groups of women, and I don't know if you can find the picture, Sonia. There's one in Portmore where he's reaching across what seems to be a gate and reaching out to a woman. And the look on her face is pure ecstasy. Pure ecstasy. You saw in St. James when he took off that jacket and he threw it into the crowd, and the women went wild. So I'm wondering how much of this, what we're seeing, is just people over the period, they've finally gotten a chance to touch, to feel, to talk to him directly, face to face. And so maybe now they're thinking, okay, Andrew, we know him.
Mm-hmm. Is a prime minister that is, during this period, not remote.
Right.
Very connected.
Yes.
Yeah. I think it was yesterday or day before yesterday, someone said to me on my program, women openly flirt with the prime minister. Openly.
Yes.
Say they want to borrow him.
Yes.
The sexual innuendos.
Yes. There's one famous video. He was walking in a community and a lady shouted something, and I saw that it jolted him.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah, but I mean, the youngsters behind the glass all know what I'm talking about.
Yes. Anyway, going back to the numbers.
Right. So, St. Mary Western aside, and that significant turnaround there, his net favorability is above the national average in the other two weather vane seats, right? So in St. Elizabeth Southeast, it stands at 32%, as the difference between 53% who have a positive take or impression of the Prime Minister compared to only 21% who have something negative to say. So he's looking at...
So my people, when you hear they say that the Prime Minister is connecting with the people in the country, this is the kind of thing that they're talking about when they say the Prime Minister.
My son and nephew missed the Prime Minister tour today in Northwest Manchester.
Tell me what happened. Eh? You didn't get to see the Prime Minister? And that's why you're crying? Oh no. Sorry about that, Papa. Huh? Sorry about that. Huh? You got late. What happened, Kai? Huh? What you wanted to say? Huh? And say what? Hmm? You wanted to see a Prime Minister? Oh no, sorry about that here. We went out late because we were down there before and they were at Hatfield. So when they're passing by, we went out late. So that's why you missed. I'm sorry about that. Never mind, yeah? Never mind. All right, Papa. All right, Tosh. Never mind. All right, come, let's go home.
My son and nephew missed the Prime Minister tour today in Northwest.
Good evening. Please watch this video with this lady speaking to the Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Honorable Andrew Holness. We Jamaicans, we are the best. I would not give up Jamaica for any other country. I'm so proud to be Jamaican. We're the only ones who can really explain ourselves in just any little way, and it's so funny. Please watch and let me know what you think. Thank you.
Just a come. Me's a crossover PMP. Because you're one of the best prime ministers me ever see. Show my labor right. No, I'm one of the best prime ministers this young woman you ever see move the country forward. Everything I've done in the right direction, the prime minister. And me, pray that God guide you and cover you. No weapon that form against you and the Jamaican Labour Party and the Jamaican people shall prosper. Me love you. I want a picture with you. Show her every time. The best PM me ever see, brother. Keep up the good work.
Good evening. Please.
So this is what I mean where I say the people are so, I mean, the kind of affection that the people show to the Prime Minister. I mean, also, the other guy, him wish. The other guy, him wish. Him wish. Okay? Him wish him could be the Prime Minister. Right? But, I mean, what you going to say? Right? So,
off guard. And then Corona, I was still get like a sir, just want to look at pavement from like a Madarins. Good afternoon, Mr. Holness. Please, man, beg you for pay us as mothers. Yes, me know sir we made the decision to have the child, but sir, my back hurt me. My back hurt me. I'm back to school catch me poof off guard. And then Corona, I was still get like a sir, just want to look at pavement from like a Madarins. Good afternoon, Mr. Holness. Please, man, beg you for pay us as mothers. Yes, me know sir we made the decision to have the child, but sir, my back hurt me. My back hurt me. I'm back to school catch me poof off guard.
and then there are so many of these pictures, you know, which you know, you said to yourself, I mean, these are just impromptu things, you know. This is the thing with the people, you know. They are like just excited about their leader. They're excited about their leader. And he's genuine. He's not a pretentious fellow. You know? He's not a pretentious fellow. You know? I'm here trying to find this video of where he went back to see those two little boys. You know, it was such an yes, I found it, my people, I found it. So yeah, here it is, people. Here it is.
Sorry about that, Papa. They really wanted to meet him.
I suspect this is Mateo. Yes. And Leon. Oh, my God. You know why this is so special to me? You know, I used to do this a couple years ago when my two boys were little. Okay. You know, they're big men now, but I still have it in my arms to carry two of them. Absolutely. Oh, they're your cousins. They're cousins. And, they look like twins. His parents are behind you right here. Oh, jeez. Shireen and her husband.
Yes, sir.
Shireen, how are you?
Pleasure to meet
Dad,
you.
how are you? Yes, listen, you have two lovely kids. I hope I made your day today. Yes?
So, they pray until they fall asleep.
Oh,
because they wanted to meet you so much.
Well, look, we have a little token for them.
Yes,
it's
sir.
a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank
sir.
you.
A few moments later.
They cry until they fall asleep.
Yeah, even the kids, the prime minister have them, you know. I mean, hey, you can tell a lot, you know. You can tell a lot. Because children know you know, the spirit take you, you know, is a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful thing, you know. Yeah, man. So let's continue watching this and see where we're gonna head to now, where they're reaching the discussion. All right, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna bring that back up. All right, there we go.
In Southeast St. Elizabeth, and in Southwest, that figure is almost equal at 31%, with 59% positive impressions compared to 28% negative, right? So Holness has certainly gained quite a bit of ground in terms of favorability, and his FaceTime with the public must be contributing to that.
Right.
It has to be. When you see people posting about their encounters with him, it's all over social media. The young boy who cried because he did not get to see him, and he went back so that he had the opportunity to meet him. Those sorts of things are perhaps taking root, and you are seeing it reflected in our numbers.
There's another video, a little girl got a hug and she turned to her mother and said, "Me nah beard now, you know." No, if you have the time, listeners, when he's on the road, I mean, there's not a lot of time left, but just spend a couple minutes watching the TikTok interactions, and it's live, so it's not as if somebody has edited it to give a particular impression. They're live throughout the entire time, and you can watch it. And I think that's what you're seeing in the numbers.
Yeah, and you're also seeing the strength of a leader who has been politically resilient after 2 years of consistent, vicious attacks. Yeah, he has proven to be the most politically resilient politician in Jamaica for the last 15, 20 years. Yeah.
15 minutes to 7, we're up on a break. Let's take the break and come back with more from
I
the
would love to
nationwide
hear from our panelists
Blue Dot
on
Post.
what we're talking.
Absolutely.
reactions of our analysts now to what we were discussing earlier about the pull of the Prime Minister on the campaign trail, and his numbers just turned around over the last 4 months. We have with us Kevin O'Brien Chang, Ronald Dina McLean, and Nadine Spence. Who's going to take the... Marlon Morgan. Morgan. Let me hear you, Marlon. This must be music to your ears. Your Prime Minister and party leader is back.
Hi, good evening, Cliff. Let me say good evening to your listeners, viewers on YouTube, and of course the entire Jamaica Labour Party family. We are particularly delighted at the news that is coming out, certainly from the poll findings here, as at August 2025. We are in no way conceited. We're not going to be complacent going into organizational activities come Wednesday. But just to be very clear, we're energized and upbeat. We're delighted with these numbers. You haven't quite dropped the voter intent as yet, certainly not for the listening public. But we're not particularly surprised at these developments. There, a couple, 2 years ago, the Prime Minister made a profound statement in Parliament. There are some people who viewed it as being arrogant. I understand that it lends itself to that, where the Prime Minister said in no uncertain terms that he has the ability to turn it on when he's ready. And looking back at that, as someone in the JLP's back office, I understand, and as I understood then, precisely what he meant. The Prime Minister is one of us. He is a Jamaican who does not hail from Tapanari's background. He's someone who came up through, humble and modest circumstances, applied himself, and has gotten to where he has gotten to in terms of life as a professional and life as a player in the political realm. Many Jamaicans can identify with him. As many observers have said, he has a particular way with the women folk in the country that works to his advantage. He's seen as being easy on the eyes. He's seen as having a particular appeal that works for us, and it is no surprise, therefore, that to the extent, as Ricardo Brooks conveyed a while ago, that the Prime Minister has been really pressing flesh in recent weeks and months. The Prime Minister has really been getting into the retail aspect of the politics. We're seeing the kind of engagement, we're seeing the kind of impression and the kind of numbers by virtue of these blue dot polls that we're seeing now. And as Labourites up and down the country, we are very delighted by these developments, Cliff.
All right. Kevin, your views on that, the pull of Holness?
Well, there's two components, One is the personality of the man, but remember his achievements. He has cut crime by 50%. He has brought unemployment to the lowest rate in our history and brought poverty rate to the lowest rate in our history. So it's all good and well. You go out there with a crowd and ray. What have you done for them? The facts are clear for this Prime Minister. And also the personality. There have been 3 really popular Prime Ministers, Prime Ministers in Jamaica. Bustamante, Portia, and Andrew. Now, Portia, remember, she was Prime Minister the first time for a short term, year or two. And in her second term, people forget, she was very protected by the PNP. She couldn't go out with the crowds. If you remember well, she couldn't even give interviews. She was hidden. So not since Bustamante has we have a personality, outgoing personality of a Prime Minister.
Not Michael Manley, Kevin?
Michael is very popular, but in an intellectual way. Michael Manley grew up as an uptown white boy, just like Edward Siaga. He did not grow up with the people. He never understood the people. If you read his biographies, Beverly Manley says she had to teach him about reggae and this and that. He was not brought up in the grassroots. Bustamante was, Andrew Holness was. And that's the similarity with them. I'm a historian. It's very clear. Man of the people who understands the people. And I've always said Andrew Holness doesn't have to try to analyze and try to understand what the people are thinking. He's one of them. Grew up in a board house, Spanish Town Primary, St. Catherine High, ghetto school. He is one of the people. So he instinctively reacts like the people do. And people see that natural connection. They say he's one of us, and it's a reality. It's not often politicians say that I'm one of you in a fake kind of way, from up, down, there, down. He was one of them.
Yeah.
And so he has the bond with the people, but the achievements are there. When the people hug him up, they say, you cut crime, make us feel safe. You give us job, we're not poor no more. So it's what they call a perfect storm. that's what we are seeing with Andrew Holness going out there.
All right. Well, to the other big numbers now, the big questions. First of all, the party standings, and then we're going to tell you what would be the result in the weather vane seats. Okay?
All right. So, as we always do, we ask the question, if a general election were being held today, which political party's candidate would you vote for in your constituency? The JLP has opened up a 13-point lead over the PNP based on these polls, with 46% of the people that we interviewed indicating that they would vote for the JLP candidate in their respective constituencies. That is compared to 33% who indicated that they would put their ex next to the head for the PNP candidate in their constituencies. And people have gotten up off the bench because the undecided bloc is at a 5-year low, 20%. Usually that number is in the 40%. We're usually looking at 2 in 5 people. I don't know who I would vote for. I'm completely undecided. No, that undecided bloc is down by half to 20%. People are making up their minds. And based on these results, more of the spoils have gone to the current administration than to the opposition who is vying to unseat them.
Hold on. This is huge. A 13 percentage point lead is huge, right? Tell me, what were the numbers in the last poll? As I recall, it was 31 PNP, 35 GLP. It was a 4-point lead, wasn't it?
It was.
And
yes,
a 4-point lead has now been tripled?
Been tripled.
Into a
13 points. That is correct.
And based on our history and my memory, the numbers are not yet back at where we were just before the September 2020 elections.
You are right. And Cliff, you know your memory sharp. You know.
Yes.
Right? So in September 2020, that JLP figure was 49%. It's 46. It's not that far off from where they were just heading into that 2020 election. Then the margin was 17 points between the JLP and the PNP in the JLP's favor. It's not quite there. It's down at 13. But yes, as you rightly say, that leap between May and now from 35 to 46 is significant. Significant might be putting it lightly.
Jenny, let me ask you what I know every single listener and viewer is asking. You're sure?
I am sure. We are sure that this reflects the views of the public that we polled during the week that we polled them. And I say this.
And you never lock up in a room a poll Marlon Morgan alone?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We were in the field in all of the nooks and crannies of all 63 constituencies are represented in this poll proportionately. This is a nationally representative poll at the constituency level and also at the demographic level in terms of age and gender.
Another question for you, based on an observation, what does this mean in terms of where the undecideds are going? It means they're breaking for the JLP.
Far more significantly than they have chosen the PNP, yes. Because the PNP, they're at 33%. That's a 2 percentage point uptick from where they were in May. So they have gotten some of it. But the majority of it, of those who have gotten up and said, okay, the time is here for us to make a decision because the election is next week. It's now or never. And most of them have chosen the Labour Party.
It's a break for the Labour Party. And I've been telling my colleagues that in my understanding and following of the politics, Jamaicans tend to vote in like herds. You sit on the fence, and then when you make up your mind, we tend to move mostly in one direction. Yeah? And that is why we have had landslide majorities for so many of our general elections. I don't know if this will be another landslide. It is certainly a 13-point lead is heading in that direction. Yeah? But we don't know. We don't know what is going to happen on election day. Yeah.
So what this does
And let me just ask again. You
yes.
were in the field up to 2 days ago.
Up to 2 days ago. We were in the field up until about 6 p.m. on Wednesday.
6 p.m. Wednesday evening.
Yes.
Tell me, the weather vane seats now, because the weather vane seats should tell us a story.
All right.
If these numbers are correct.
Okay. Let me just switch to that really quickly.
And the weather vane seats, listeners, are the seats that have been very good indicators of how the country is going to vote. Southwest St. Elizabeth has voted with a winning party for the last 5 elections. So too Southeast St. Elizabeth. So too Western St. Mary. They have voted with a winning party at the national level. And that is why we have been focusing on them for the last several months. I've asked the Blue Dot team to go in there, do the polling, and let us understand what is happening in the weather vane seats. Over to you, Jenny.
Well, in the weather vane seats, the trend is holding, right? So, in St. Elizabeth Southeast, JLP 53% to the PNP's 31%.
That's Franklin Witter. Southeast?
Yes.
53.
53 to 31.
A 22-point lead.
In St. Elizabeth Southwest, it is 55% to the PNP's 37%.
That's an 18-point lead.
Correct. And in St. Mary Western, it is 50% for the JLP to the PNP's 40%.
A 10-point lead.
Right. But that is significant because in May, it was 20% for the JLP in this same weather vane special focus, 20% for the JLP to 39% for the PNP. Now it is 50% for the JLP.
Yes.
To 40% for the PNP. So the PNP numbers are holding firm. They're not losing ground. They're not slipping, right? On the overall, they've inched up by 2 points. In St. Elizabeth Southeast, they've dipped by 2 points. In St. Elizabeth Southwest, they've gained 4 points, moving from 33 to 37. In St. Mary Western, there's only a 1 point difference between the figures in May and the figures now for the PNP. So they are holding stable.
But the JLP is surging.
But the JLP is surging and opening up that gap.
So the takeaway from the polls is that the governing Jamaica Labour Party is surging in the polls. Yeah? With 5 days to go before the elections. They have momentum.
They have momentum heading into the last stretch of campaigning, how they use that over the next few days. And of course, what these polls will never account for is mobilization on the day.
Organization.
Right? Organization on the day, we know can be the difference between poll results and reality. And it's important for people to understand that because those 65% of these same people that we spoke to indicated that they are going to come out to vote. It remains to be seen how many of them actually do and what will be the official voter turnout reported by the authorities. Is it really going to be 65% when the last one was half of that? So if people come out and they vote the way that they say that they're going to vote, it could be quite significant. One of the things that we also did as part of the analysis is that we looked at just those people who said that they would vote. All right? So this 46 to 33 overall is everybody. Whether you're undecided, you're voting for somebody else, or you've made up your mind for one of the two leading contenders. We isolated those who said, yes, I'm going to turn out to the polls. And the margin between the two parties was 14 points in favor of the current government. So when you look at those who have made up their minds, I'm going to the polls, the margin holds. As a matter of fact, it opens up just a little bit, just by 1 point, to 14 points in favor of the JLP.
Yes. Just going back to the momentum, yeah? The other pollster, Don, reported, was it 8-9 days ago? About just under 2 weeks ago, that in his polling, the PNP's lead from September last year of 9 percentage points,
Near 10.
near 10, had evaporated to a point where they were ahead by 0.8 of a percentage point. It means that the JLP was moving ahead, the PNP had stalled. And that seems to be in alignment with what you have found.
Correct, where they continue to be stable. They are bringing in the same numbers as they did earlier in the year, but the gap is being influenced by the other side of the equation, which is the JLP gaining significant momentum. And so you may refer to it as stalling. Perhaps that is what is happening, where those that they've locked in are locked in.
Yes, the base.
But perhaps they are not bringing more people into the fray, and the JLP is. And who the JLP has picked up are those people who were previously on the fence.
Yes.
Those undecideds, those what we call ambivalent potential voters that we've been talking about for all of these polls. We need to get them motivated. And I believe it was Dr. Spence who said in one of these shows, they will get up when it is time and when they see something to get up for. And they have gotten up and they've signaled that what they're getting up for is what is being portrayed in the messaging of the current administration, certainly by these numbers.
All right. So if you're just joining us, the party standings as of 2 days ago, when the polls were completed on Wednesday evening, the governing Jamaica Labour Party is surging in the polls. They have what the Americans call big momentum on their side. They have now opened up a 13-point lead over the opposition People's National Party. The Labour Party is standing at 46%, said they would vote for them if they were asked to go to a general elections. 46% saying the JLP, 33% saying the PNP. And that 33% compares to the May result for the PNP of 31%, while the JLP in May was 35%. So they have gained 11 percentage points in between May and this poll. Yes? Now, if my math is correct, I won't ask Ricardo this, Janae. An 11-point gain for the JLP against a 35-point position, that is about a 32 percentage increase, 11 or 35. Yeah, that's a more than 30% increase.
Yes.
Compared to 2% over 31%.
Yes.
That's less than 7%. You don't understand that arithmetic. We're going to go to the break or go straight to the analysts for their reactions.
Ronaldinho McLean.
So the big story in these numbers, I think, is that undecided voters seem to be breaking for the Jamaica Labour Party. And I quickly pulled up the JLP manifesto, because in all the manifesto documents, they begin with a message from Andrew Holness, and at the end of the message, there's this little tag called "My Message to the Undecided." And I'll read just one paragraph from it. "The choice before you may be put this way: do we continue to build on the tremendous progress we have made, or do we risk it all by handing the country over to those who have not proven that they can deliver? Some may say, let us give someone else a chance. but government is not a game of chance. The future of Jamaica should not be gambled with. And I heard a similar sentiment seeing Dr. Holness walk through the streets when he was doing his tour of the West, him talking to people and engage with people and saying it's a question of steady hands and certainty versus gambling with uncertainty in the hands of the opposition. I think even the Don Anderson poll, the Don Anderson polls you referenced from a few days ago said that, these polls were taken. I think part of it was done
August 2 to 11.
Right, August 2 to 11. A large part of it was before the JLP mass rally. 30% of people at the time, 30% of voters said they could still be swayed by the message that either party presents. And if what we're seeing from the People's National Party is a message that says, well, one, the achievements that the JLP touts aren't being reflected in people's feelings on the ground, and two, the JLP is just too corrupt to continue in government. And the message that we're seeing from the JLP is that they've delivered on 9 years of achievements, and that they have steady hands on the ship, and that continuity will that we're on a trajectory that Jamaican people can trust, and that the PNP lacks credibility to handle, things like the economy, other areas of policy, and so on. Then I think what these numbers are telling us is that undecided voters who are still swayable, or at least were swayable, many of them, are largely breaking for the message of the Jamaica Labour Party.
Marlon Morgan.
I mean, quite frankly, when you consider what is before us at present, you get the clear sense, as the Prime Minister underscored in the leadership debate last evening, that this election is coming down to a choice between performance and proven track record on the one hand, and promises on the other hand, and a track record that is dismal, quite frankly. I often use the analogy of track and field and conditioning athletes when I'm on these results revelation programs here at Nationwide, certainly. And you get the distinct sense, Cliff, Ricardo, listeners and viewers, that the PNP had exhibited what you could consider pre-season form or early season form. Certainly when one pollster, Don Anderson that is, had them having and enjoying a 9 percentage point lead in September of 2024. What that means really is that to the extent that they were on the road and so on, all throughout that time, you didn't have much room to go much further from there. And the JLP had not yet hit full throttle. The JLP had not yet come into its own in certain ways, and we have seen that in recent weeks, and which is why I am gleaning and interpreting the movement we're seeing now in the polls between where we were as a party in May to where we are now, because a number of things have happened since then. You have had what the PNP is describing as a raft of ribbon-cutting exercises. We have had the Morant Bay Town Centre opened. You have had considerable groundbreaking. You have had the rural school bus system taking shape and coming into its own, and the sensibilities of many Jamaicans have been offended by the position the PNP has taken in relation to the rural school bus system that is set to roll out come September morning. And there's another key element in this as well, Cliff and colleagues all. The JLP not only had our workers' affirmation exercises in recent weeks, but we have also settled some key seats. And I'll tell you why that is of some moment. A number of Labourites were, in some respects, despondent and a bit dejected, having regard to what they construed as and interpreted as a degree of taking them for granted, as it were.
They think you ignored
or
them.
being neglected.
They think you ignored them.
They think they were neglected. And the truth of the matter is that Andrew Holness is not a drafts or a checkers player. He's a chess player. Audrey Marks was obviously tipped by Andrew Holness to be presented, as it were, as the JLP standard bearer of the long looked on to Northeast Manchester seat. You saw also in North Central St. Andrew, and Cliff will recall this very well, a number of Labourites who repose a lot of confidence in my colleague Delana Sivright were looking on anxiously as to what moves the JLP would have made in relation to North Central St. Andrew. And we have had some other candidate changes as well. Warren Newby is in Northwest Clarendon, Ian Ives is in Southern Manchester, and we have Garfield James out west in Westmoreland Western. These things are of some moment because we had incumbent MPs that some workers in particular, a considerable degree of the worker corps, felt that these members of parliament, the incumbents at the time, were not necessarily acquitting themselves well and had not essentially endeared themselves to the people. I'm referring to our standard bearer at the time up in Northwest Clarendon, South Manchester, and of course over in Westmoreland Western, for example. But you're seeing that settling that has taken place, and of course, as I mentioned earlier, to the extent that the Prime Minister and the team have been out into the highways and the byways and pressing flesh a number of Labourites who were essentially, harboring feelings or resentment and harboring feelings of neglect are now coming on board. And Bobby Montague is essentially presenting a profile in political turnaround because, as you have quite rightly observed, folks, he has essentially based himself in St. Mary Western, and it is to his credit that we're seeing the numbers we're seeing now. And that's what politics is about.
Let me ask you, Marlon, because I heard the General Secretary of the People's National Party in responding to the Don Anderson poll, that 0.8% of a percent lead that they had. And his argument was he wasn't rattled because he thought the People's National Party was still going to best the JLP on the day mobilization. And he pointed to the local government election where the poll suggested it was going to be close, and in terms of popular vote, they had a blowout. How do you respond to that?
Dayton Scramble is a man who is in the business of and has exhibited a propensity to basically just say
in terms of popular vote. The popular vote didn't have a blowout.
20,000.
But let's refocus the discussion, gentlemen.
Yes, go ahead.
Dayton Scramble has a habit of saying wanna go so. You saw him in relation to Grand Gala talking rubbish about going up there big and bold, as if they could go and mow down the police and the security forces at the National Stadium. You heard him in recent times talking about integrity lamp. No PNP indoor agent or indeed JLP indoor agent can attend upon the precincts of the polling station with any implement other than the implement provided for by the people administering the elections. Do not take Dayton Scramble seriously. He is the biggest political joker here in Jamaica, next to Damian Crawford, and come Wednesday, he'll be taken out of his misery. But at the same time, I want to urge the members of my JLP family, do not be complacent. Just relax, remain focused, organized, and get out the votes on election day. Being arrogant is not our business. It's the PNP who has been exhibiting arrogance because they have implored taxi men to withhold support in terms of commute to JLP supporters. And they have done other things that smack of arrogance as well.
Yeah, and so what's your counter to things like that? Because that underground mobilization is going to be key.
We have been having our own interface with taxi operators. Some 2 weeks ago, Darrell Vaz and the Prime Minister had a meeting with taxi operators because we recognize one of the things the PNP is doing. They're running a very exploitative and opportunistic campaign, which in a sense is not a bad strategy politically. Wherever they see deficits and gaps to maneuver in, they seek to play upon that and maneuver where that is concerned. And so to the extent that taxi operators felt that there was commentary in relation to the rural school bus system that was unsavory, the PNP has sought to play upon that and exploit that. And the truth of the matter is that taxi operators, we value and respect you. We value and respect your contribution to national development. You are the people who take people from point A to point B and get our people to work, to school and so on. And even with a school bus system, the school bus system will not be serving all the time, because when the school buses are parked on a Saturday and on a Sunday and youngsters are going to Sabbath school or Sunday school, it is you, the same taximan, who will be assisting in that commute. So any notion to the contrary, any idea that the PNP and Peter Bunting and Dayton Campbell are trying to exploit, not Nagosa, mash down those lies. We value and respect you, and that is why we have made it easier for you as public passenger vehicle operators to access licenses. We have made it easier in terms of devolving the system, not having applications coming to pile up at Maxwell Avenue. We have devolved it by having licenses granted at the regional level here in Jamaica.
Thank you, Marlon Morgan. And Janae, yes, we are out of the field now.
Yes.
We won't be going back into the field for the foreseeable future until well after the elections.
Correct. So we'll go back in probably in February to take a temperature check of the first 6 months of whichever administration emerges victorious. Come next week, Wednesday, and we will certainly be there with you, letting the people know who that is as the information comes in and giving them some seats to watch. We have some exciting things in store.
Yeah, what can we expect on Wednesday night?
All right, so on Wednesday night, for those who may have tuned in to some previous coverage shows around elections, you would have been introduced to the Blue Dot Gizada Smart Map, right? So we can tap into any constituency. You're seeing historical results, so you know what has happened before. And as the box seats, as the boxes get counted, and that information is released to us, we'll be giving you real-time updates, division by division, seat by seat. And so you will know from our coverage when we call the seat. And we will see who gets to 32 first.
And she has been a little coy, yeah, because what Blue Dot and their data scientists have devised, they have drilled down to tracking the count in each box. Yeah, so they're about, I was looking at the figures today, in one constituency, you have about easily 800, 700 boxes. Yeah, or a little over that, mainly about 90 odd boxes. And what they've done is to gone into the history of each of those boxes.
Yes.
And
in terms of where they come from.
No, how they voted.
How they vote.
Remember, it's a box per polling station, right? So you may have 150, 200 voters in a polling station. So what they've done is to do the historical tracking of how that box has voted over the last 6, 7 elections. So it gives you a fair indication. Is that a PNP box or a JLP box? Is it a box that votes 50-50? It can go either way.
Right.
And they can model from that. Yeah. So when they look and say that box isn't in yet, yeah, or it has come in, but the usual margin of victory for Party A is usually 80-20, but Party A is now down to 40-40. Yeah? They are the data scientists and the statisticians. They can tell you that Party A is underperforming, could be in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah? That's how they get it down to a science now.
Yes. So all that juiciness is in store on Wednesday. And we'll show you, before we get into that, some of what goes into creating that and looking at some of the historical data trends. And we've identified, in addition to the 3 weather vane seats, there are some other key seats to watch because they have been historically so close that we can estimate how many votes it will take to flip the seat the other way. Right?
That's going to be interesting.
All of that will come in the first hour before we start to get the counts coming in, right? Because they'll close the polls and then we'll have to wait a bit. So in your waiting, you will get a strong sense of who do we really need to be watching tonight? Yeah. Which seats, which divisions within some of those seats do we really need to be paying attention to? And once we see certain things going in a particular direction, what the national result is likely to be.
And then they will advise us we have a winner. Time to call it.
So, Janae, you're going to be manning the decision desk.
The decision desk.
I will be manning the decision desk along with Jahil Smith. Jahil was here in May.
Yes.
And would have wowed the audience. We
Yes.
go get him message. Tell me this seat. Tell me that seat.
Right.
What happened in this seat? He will be there as well.
Thank you so much, Janae Stevens Taylor. Yes, Chief Consumer Insights Officer at Blue Dot. Yeah,
It is my pleasure.
Yeah.
We'll
Always
see
good
her
partner
again
in
on
video.
Wednesday.
Yeah. All right, we're going to take the break and then come back and wrap up with our analysts.
Well, my people, there you have it. This is what the polls are saying, but we know that polls don't win elections. It is votes in boxes and votes that have been counted. So what we look forward to is maintaining the peace. We hope that no more of that nonsense that took place yesterday with this bomb threat business don't take place in between any time between now and the end of the elections. And we're hoping that everything will be peaceful. It is our desire. We would hope. We look forward to, as I look forward to, a JLP being returned for a third term. Nevertheless, we don't lose complete hope if the JLP should lose, because if the PMP even should win, it is hardly likely that it will be a landslide. One or two more than the 32 is what they would probably get. Of course, it's a real uphill battle because they're going against a government that has been performing. A government has been performing for 2 terms. And it really would be silly, nonsensical for the JLP to lose by a landslide, to lose overall, to really even lose the election. But then people are funny. People may decide that they're going to stay home that day. We will see about this collective wisdom of the Jamaican people to see whether or not they're actually going to do what needs to be done and re-elect the JLP. I have seen nothing from the PMP that would suggest that they can do better. At no point in their history have we seen where the PMP could do better. And there is no reason for us to experiment with them in 2025. We really should stay the course, right? So let's just hear what the rest of the analysts have to say on this matter. Might have missed a little bit, so let me just get that back and let's see what they have to say.
Education programs,
right? Yeah, but other than that, I just don't see a route for the PMP to win unless the Laborites stay home. And why would they do that? It just wouldn't make any sense. It just simply would not make any sense for Laborites to stay home.
Now with Nadine Spence and Kevin O'Brien Chang or Ronald Dino McLean. Nadine, now that you have all the numbers, your perspective.
Certainly, Cliff, I think we saw it. I was with you here when we saw what was happening in halfway tree in terms of the numbers that turned out at the JLP mass rally, and we were amazed at the crowd. I remember George describing it. Ricardo, you yourself talked about the energy of the crowd being in the space. And I think, that if you were to join the PM on one of his trips when he's going through the country on social media, you see the reaction, you see people lining up, waiting on him, you hear about people sitting down, waiting for hours for him to come. And I think we would have seen that the momentum had shifted significantly and was building, leading up to the polls. So, and that But, strangely enough, you weren't seeing the PNP in as dramatic a fashion as you would have seen the JLP. Nomination day as well. Even though we know that people are importing crowds and people are, curating their crowds, nomination day was also dramatic for the JLP in many spaces. And then as well, the PNP did some PNP MP candidates and MPs did some things that made you wonder if they felt secure about their victory. So I think a number of indicators leading up to this kind of told all of us that things had been changing in the interest of the JLP. So even though the numbers in some instances are startling, I'm not altogether surprised.
Ronaldino, your big takeaway?
Yeah, so, well, again, the big takeaway from me is that undecided voters seem to be breaking for the Jamaica Labour Party. And if that's the case, then it's just telling me that the PNP's messaging, at least not all of its messaging, the PNP's messaging is then just not working. And so my own view is that a lot of the focus on the Integrity Commission investigation into the Prime Minister is not an effective line of attack for the PNP, just because I think the average Jamaican, sort of sees corruption on both sides of the aisle and are much more interested in what the parties are presenting to them for what they're going to do to improve their lives over the next 5 years. And so if I were the PNP tonight, I'd be worried by these findings, and I'd be trying to refocus my message to shore up that undecided group. Otherwise, I'd be depending on the undecided voters who say they're breaking for the Jamaica Labour Party, just not turning up on election day, and therefore depending on my base of support to be effectively mobilized on that day. And if I'm the Jamaica Labour Party, I'm continuing to push in these final few days until Wednesday, leading up, and continuing to go hard for that undecided group, because it's a significant group of Jamaicans, and especially if they say they can be swayed, then trust them and try to sway them.
Thank you very much, Ronaldino McLean, Dr. Nadine Spence, Kevin O'Brien Chang, Marlon Morgan. Thank you all so much for being with us this evening.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you also to Janae Stevens-Taylor.
Thanks, Janae.
Of Blue Dot.
My pleasure.
After the break, we're going to present to you a national
What we're doing in our 60th year now, with the establishment of the NIDS, is to ensure that every single Jamaican can be included, accounted for, and properly served with the national identification system.
2022 saw significant gains being made in building out the NIDS infrastructure. Jamaica Post's central sorting office became the first NIDS enrollment center. 23 other post offices were subsequently designated enrollment centers. The new national ID was unveiled in the House of Representatives.
When we think digital, we are ensuring that we make the lives of Jamaicans easier and more hassle-free.
Government inked a contract with Fujitsu Limited to digitize 2 million records relating to births, deaths, marriages, and adoptions at the Registrar General's Department, and signed an MOU with the Jamaica Bankers Association to pilot the identity verification and authentication services of NIDS. And Operation Birthright was rolled out, providing birth certificates free of cost to thousands of undocumented Jamaicans in preparation for NIDS. In response to changing labor market trends, the Hart NSTA Trust formalized the establishment of the Amber Hart Institute of Coding. The first cohort of 500 students was recruited, and 25 coding trainees graduated from the academy. The NHT continued its mission to meet Jamaica's housing demand, breaking ground on new developments and presenting the keys of home ownership to hundreds of beneficiaries. The Prime Minister also announced a new interest rate policy for the NHT to ensure fairness in the distribution of home loans.
So that people who sell in the market, the domestic helper, the mechanic, your barber, the shopkeeper, can also get an NHT benefit.
Determined to cauterize crime and improve civility, the Prime Minister deployed the JDF to support special security operations during the year.
This government is pursuing a comprehensive, sustainable strategy to improve our security and sowing seeds of peace, opportunity, and prosperity. The undeniable value of the zones of special operations is impatient of debate. And the fact is that they are desired by the residents in the affected community.
The JDF's capacity was amplified as 256 new Jamaica National Service Corps graduates transitioned to the force. And the Army received the Gender Certification Seal, signaling its commitment to gender equality.
All the members of our great Jamaican state will work together for a partnership for Jamaica's strong and sustainable recovery.
Skills development, digital integration. These plus regional and international partnerships are the highlights of the Office of the Prime Minister in 2023.
Change is happening right before our very eyes.
Let's recap.
We have, in hearing the call of the people for accountability, for stability, for good management, we have carved down the government.
In the first half of the year, the Prime Minister restructured his cabinet to merge key portfolios and introduce new sectors of focus.
We have kept the government basically very tight, and we have brought in new talent into the government.
To ensure accountability, Mr. Holness tabled job descriptions to direct the conduct of members of Parliament and government ministers.
This is what accountability means. It means we take responsibility for ourselves.
2023 was a very good year for Jamaica in terms of digital transformation. A lot of things happened in 2023, and primary among those would be broadband access. We were able to bring broadband internet to 500 schools, to our courts, to our police stations, and to our post offices. It's been fantastic to see all of these entities being connected under our GovNet program also. In addition to that, in 2023, we also formed the AI task force. What we're saying with that task force is that Jamaica is not going to stand idly by while the world moves forward. During 2023, we did a lot of work in terms of setting the foundations for NIDS. We have our card processing center. We did a pilot with a lot of Jamaicans. It was oversubscribed. And through that pilot, we learned more about how you would want your NIDS sign up to be. And we have tweaked it. And we've worked on the regulations for NIDS. And in 2024, early 2024, we'll be ready to go with our national digital ID, which for many years we've spoken about protecting data. And that's why we moved forward with the Data Protection Act, December 1, 2023. "2023 was a very good year for skills development in Jamaica. And this is an area that is critical for the future of our country. Our Prime Minister announced that CART would be free to everyone. And that's a really important thing because that impediment of paying has been lifted. And that signals the commitment to increasing the skills quotient in our country.
Since the announcement of our Prime Minister about the removal of fees in March 2023, the Heart NSTA Trust has seen an enrollment of 119,641 participants.
In addition to that, we have put new technology into Heart. What it says is that we're talking about the future. Our young people are going to be equipped for this new world. And that's why we also did that LIFT program, which is taking 500 of our brilliant young people and giving them the social documents they need, giving them access to learning how to code, how to be professionals, and then putting them in the private sector and public sector and paying them for 1 year to learn how to be professionals in our country.
250 firms across the ministries, departments and agencies and private sector entities have embraced these participants in their workspaces. Another significant achievement is our skills development training for 191 unattached youths between the ages of 17 and 29. The Heart NSTA Trust engaged these youths across a 6-week National Service Corps residential camp training. The individuals are from communities that are under the zones of special operations.
During 2023, the National Housing Trust NHT continued to deliver more to our contributors. And to that end, we broke ground for 2 major developments, one at Tivoli Gardens in Kingston, and we had another at Sheffield in Westmoreland. And where the delivery of housing solutions are concerned, we delivered over 1,000 housing solutions to brand new, proud NHT homeowners.
My dream, as well as the dream of many individuals in this audience, has become a reality.
On the financing side, we continue to make improvements to our loan products and our loan offerings. And in this regard, the NHT actually improved its loan ceiling for all major NHT loan products and also our general open market loans. For our build on own land loans, we moved that loan limit from $6.5 to $7.5 million. And we also introduced a new $8.5 million loan category where individuals who are purchasing units that cost less than 12 million Jamaican dollars can access that additional $1 million. Our home improvement product, that also went up by a further $1 million, moving that from $2.5 million to $3.5 million. The NHT in 2023 also introduced its external financing mortgage program. We call it EFMP for short. Now, what EFMP does is that it allows you to apply for your NHT loan right where you save. So NHD contributors who earn $30,000 or more, they can now apply for their loans under the EFMP program through a wider network of banks and credit unions. We also made improvements to our microfinancing loan program. Now, this is some additional funding that the NHD provides that you get to add to your general NHD loan amount. So we moved that amount up to $1.95 million. In additional funding you can now access through your credit union to do a wide variety of housing-related things. And also the NHD introduced in 2023 our NHD Online, which is greater convenience for you to access your eligibility letter and a host of other NHD benefits.
You see how enlightened the thinking is of the NHD to make sure that we give all opportunities to Jamaicans to access the financing of the NHD.
The consolidation of government communication to effect a more robust and responsive state apparatus is key. It's a key objective of the Prime Minister. We're currently renovating a space at the Public Broadcasting Corporation, and procurement is now taking place to acquire equipment to totally retool and modernize Cool FM. There's a upgrade taking place currently of the ATI website, as well as aligning it to modern accessibility standards. In collaboration with our newly minted minister, Dr. Dana Morris-Dixon, we are forming the G-Data Task Force to create purpose-built archives and records facilities in order to protect our data. Increased engagement with stakeholders for digital switchover. This process has started and it continues in earnest, but I'm pleased to announce that testing of DSO ATSC 3.0 has commenced by various broadcasters.
Government must respond.
Determined to cauterize crime and improve civility, the Prime Minister deployed members of the Jamaica Defence Force, JDF, to support special security operations during the year. The JDF also supported the police force and other key agencies in responding to a series of bomb threat hoaxes. And the National Disaster Risk Management Team sprang into action in October in response to a 5.6 magnitude earthquake that had a shake intensity measuring 7.
There has never been a better time to invest in Jamaica.
In 2023, Prime Minister Andrew Holness represented Jamaica's interests at the regional and international level. Outcomes include Jamaica and the rest of the Caribbean benefiting from a $35 million commitment from the United States government to support clean energy and disaster response in the region. Another is the Global Gateway Investment Agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean, which was launched in July. Jamaica is set to benefit from 45 billion euros of high-quality European investment to the region, with more than 135 projects already in the pipeline.
Jamaica is on a pathway. Let us not deviate. Let us not turn back. I am happy to officially commence the build-out of the Portmore Resilience Park.
The mission of the government for the next 5 years, well, it's a long-term mission. It's focused on peace, productivity, prosperity.
Today, we launched the board of NIRA, the National Identification Registration Authority, another important milestone in national identification. Effective July 1st, 2024, the NHD will revise its home improvement loan policy, expand its home grants to include the installation of solar panel systems. Contributors will now be able to access a new loan product, the Smart Energy Home Improvement Loan. The NHD will develop one-bedroom apartment complexes, particularly within or near urban centers, as starter homes. The NHD will develop housing targeted to workers in strategic areas in health, security, education, and tourism. Reserve up to 10% of the housing solutions in the current housing plan for under 35-year-old contributors. Offer relief from interest and penalties on outstanding contributions. The Hart NSTA Trust will introduce the Community Action for Rewarding Engagement initiative. Every successful graduate of a Level 4 trade program will receive a grant of $50,000 to help them acquire the tools of their trade and to step up to the next stage of their career. The Development Bank of Jamaica has introduced the Trade Person Ownership Opportunity Loan. I'm pleased to announce that the government will establish the Jamaica 60 Hope for Children Trust Fund. I am pleased to declare Jamaica as a STEM island. This is a major part of wealth creation for families, but more so, it is the creation of intergenerational wealth.
The duties required of this position as a member of the executive. I take those duties seriously.
As a country, we must be prepared. The government will act in a speedy way to assist the recovery process. So the instant help with tarpaulins, with water supply, small packets, care packets that could have water and food. It is important that the government creates a space where the corporate philanthropy and the civil society philanthropy can be coordinated and organized. We are coordinating the continued distribution of food, water, medical sundries, and other essentials to citizens in the most affected areas. Based on the damage assessments received to date, an allocation of $1 billion Jamaican dollars has been made towards providing grants and assistance for restoration, reconstruction, and relocation. And the NHD will contribute $200 million. The title is more than just your certificate of ownership. Today, the government is able to respond with a much greater quantum of assistance than before. The work of the DRMRC is not just about addressing the immediate risks posed by disasters, but about building a culture of resilience in Jamaica that prepares us for the future. We have an obligation to protect the interests of future generations by giving life to the Declaration. Our discussions touched a range of issues of mutual interest, including health, agriculture, digital transformation, film, education, sports, tourism, and many other subjects. I'm very pleased to announce that the government has done their preliminary work and will be moving forward with the legal process to introduce a new national honor, the Order of National Icon. Today, I'm pleased to have been the second person to receive the National ID card, the first being His Excellency, the Governor General. The tagline we are using for this next chapter is Aspire Jamaica. This chapter is about bold action, shared responsibility, and unyielding ambition with visionary leadership. Together, we will create a Jamaica that is not only stable, but thriving.